And I forgot to enable my... I forgot to set up my iPhone. Great. I need to also grab my IP address again. IP... Nope, that's not it. IP config. There we go, much better. In case you're wondering, yes, I had to set up my entire device. I had to plug a lot of things back in after yesterday. Pain. Today's stream is going to be Final Fantasy XIV, and it lost its tracking again for a second. And we're not doing the... And you might find it funny, but I am not gonna do the MSQ or a raid today. Because I don't want to deal with that anymore. It's time for some silliness. It's time to be slightly silly. Square Enix, copy a paste. Close that in my password manager. I had to wait for the game to load. And it works. Because here's the kicker. It's on. Because my setup is already configured for this. Also, yes, last logged in location is Labyrinthos, but that's to be expected because I left in quite a hurry, didn't I? Do not despair. You are not without allies. Here I am waiting for the queue to pop. I began researching the hot speak almost immediately upon my return, but quickly ran out of leads to follow. But I've changed tack, and now I'm focusing my efforts on learning more about the relationship between Athena and the Aura site she found. To that end, I intend to dive into the legends of Ivalice and any other extant stories wherein Aura site makes an appearance. If you come across aught that could be of use to us, be it legends or even first-hand experiences, then I would be grateful if you shared them with us. I'm quickly unlocking the Savage tiers. There we go. Now I have those available. So if I am not full on, if I'm caught up before Evercold releases, I can actually go ahead and go straight to that mode. 2 rods at hand. Before it is time to investigate. The sleeping gentleman. The pungent Lalafell can scarcely conceal his excitement. Wait, I know you! We met in Kugane! You're that stone-cold killer I asked to look after the love of my life. What's that to look for? Surely you haven't forgotten me. You and me, we had a moment, a connection. Not like the one I got with her, of course, but I know I left an impression. That creepy little bastard who smells like cheese and followed Nash to Kagane and after stalking her for over 5 years. Hey, there's nothing creepy about my love. It's as pure as the pristine waters of a forest stream. Fair point about the cheese stink, though. But enough about me, this is about Miss Nashu. Ever since she got sucked into the weird portal back east, I've been scouring the world for any sign of her. I was this close to giving up, but then, huzzah! I found her in Rodzatan! Normally, I'd be happy to get back to playing the silent invisible guardian, but she seems pretty distressed by the plight of her inspector friend. He's here too, but laid up and showing no signs of waking anytime soon. My Nashu has been fashioning all sorts of medicines in the hopes of rousing him, but to no avail. I mean, I couldn't care less if he kicked a bucket, but I hate seeing her like this. She's liable to work herself to death. So, what say you? Will you deliver my dearest Nashu from her plight? You'll find her over at the High Crucible, no doubt slaving over an alembic. And with that, I'll get back to cheering her on from the shadow. You too, I guess. Now go, quickly, save my beloved. Creep. I have an idea for the Dawn Trail part. Just changing a dedicated glamour for it. There is Nasha Makaraka. Oh, there it. There's the creep. And that should do it. I'll take this medicine and... Oh, Knazy! It feels like it's been forever. Though definitely less than a year, I'm sure. What brings you to Rodzatan? Enjoying a spot of adventuring, or perhaps... Actually, I was... Then you've heard. It's true. Inspector Hildibrand's gone into hibernation again, and... Oh, wait, why aren't you giving me that look? The one that screams, what about the whole weird portal business? Alright, since you silently asked. So back on the Ruby Sea, remember how Greg got doused with dew prism and was forced to whisk us all far away? How that strange rift then opened up, which the inspector then got sucked up into, and how I followed him in after that. Well, after that we all ended up in this bizarre place, couldn't tell up from down, left from right, and so we wandered, lost and confused. Fortunately, Greg came to sense and explained that we were in the interspectorial rift, and then used the same trick to bring us home. Greg himself stayed behind us, something about a score he had to settle. Not sure what that was about, but hey, you know Greg. Anyway, we're back now. But the rub is that Inspector Hildibrand hasn't opened his eyes once. I know he needs his beauty sleep, but it's been an awfully long time, and we've got cases to solve. So I've been trying my hand at apothecary stuff, seeing if I can't make something that'll get him up and moving, but nothing seems to work. I know it's making progress. Me and Master Chupacabra from the Shakshuka concern, that is. You know Master Chupacabra, right? Got sucked into the rift along with us. Former evil mastermind, not so bad once you get to know him. Dubraka. Pleased I am to meet you once more, and under less compromising circumstances. If I may correct our mutual friend, I am Jubraka, chairman of the Sajatra concern. I trip over it as well. Your distrustful and somewhat bloodthirsty glare is not unwarranted, but in my defense, who among us is not contemplating enslaving the rich and powerful to bend the world to their whim? I pray you forgive my poor joke. Allow me to assure you that after wandering the interdimensional rift for the sisters only know how long, I am a changed man. Naturally, I understand that words alone would not suffice to absolve me of my sins. Thus, since my return, I've operated a humble apothecary that caters to the needs of one and all. Furthermore, I made arrangements for Miss Nashu's workshop. Rest assured that I will spare no effort in helping her see Inspector Hildibrand awaken and return to full health. Of that, if you would excuse me, I must see to other business. I don't like the look on his face. Isn't he the nicest ex-villain you've ever met? Nah, but that's right. I had just finished my latest medicine. I've got high hopes for this new recipe. I suppose I ought to get a look at the Manderville man himself. By all means, the inspector's resting in a room up in Kama. Awake or asleep, I'm sure he'd enjoy your company. Let's go! Isn't this room nice? Master Chupacabra was taking care of everything, even paid the rent in full. But I'm distracting you, aren't I? You need to concentrate while you examine the inspector, yes? Study the sleeping Inspector Hildibrand. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a section and examine it in more detail with the left mouse button. The exquisite buckles of the stylish footwear are designed unique to House Manderville. These shoes would almost certainly fetch a small fortune in the markets. Rippling muscles bespeak impressive strength, with smooth skin suggests that only on the rarest of occasions does the man resort to violence. Troublingly, his limbs are stiff and cool to the touch, as if the blood runs cold in his veins. Rugged features belie what is, at a closer glance, the sensitive mien of a cultured gentleman. While he still breathes, he appears to be locked in a deep slumber. His soul's on the first. The inspector's condition is disturbingly reminiscent of the scions who were summoned to the first for a time. I know where his soul is. Wake up, Nashu. Oh, finished already? Any theories as to what's wrong with the inspector? I suspect he may have been summoned to another reflection. I see. I mean, I don't, but that's what you're supposed to say at times like this. I know that much. How do we wake him up? Not that easy. I need to actually get his soul into a... Turn his soul to his body. Where did it go, and what is it doing there? I think it's gone to another world wholly unlike ours. Okay, slightly like ours. You're right. You can go there? Mm-hmm. Great, in that case, I'll leave the soul searching to you. I'm sure it goes without saying, but once you've arrived in this otherworldly world, look for a place that smells of mystery and intrigue, and chat with people there. That's the standard agent of inquiry protocol. Oh, and since this is Inspector Hildibrand we're talking about, don't be surprised if you find him asleep. Or having forgotten a thing or two. But not to worry. I've prepared my traditional medicine just in case. Don't hesitate to use it. And with that, do take care out there. Ah, yes, I get some explosives. Norvrant. Therium. Yes. Welcome back, friend. I'd offer you a pint, but my barman's sense tells me that's not why you're here. So this friend of yours has gone missing. Sorry to hear that, but plenty of travelers pass through these parts. Could you describe the fellow to me? Hume, burly, wears a monocle, well-meaning idiot. Yes, it sounds familiar. Mind you, I didn't see him myself, but I do believe that one of our bounty hunters spied them. Such a man when you were all battling that horde of spectral warriors. Yacht! Come here a moment, there's someone who wants to speak with you. Why is that so? Make it quick. This hell isn't gonna drink himself. Wait, you're one of the XIV friends, the Warrior of Darkness. Fought by your side when the glowing bastards came to ruin our day. But we showed them. But enough reminiscing, what's so important that you had to interrupt my regularly scheduled drinking? Actually looking for a man. Now that I mention it, I did see someone like that. Back there on the battlefield after you ran off to do more hero work. First, I thought it was going to attack me like the rest of the spirit. Or what's it? But no, he just stood there striking a pose, trying to scare or seduce me. Damned if I could tell. But yes, no, he was glowing and I wasn't about to take my chance, so I said, "Hey, piss off, ghost," and sent him packing. Did he die, you ask? Good to say, what am I, a chirurgeon? Also, I've kept my mug waiting long enough. Good talk. Could it be? The Warrior of Darkness! Look at that, you two! What, it was your voice? But I was convinced my ears were playing tricks on me. Good to see you again. Didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we overheard you discussing the renegade poser. We've been searching for him for some time now. There have been sightings in Lakeland, you see. Vanar and I have been tasked with getting to the bottom of it. We've little in the way of useful information, though. All we know is that he appears without warning and strikes a disturbing pose. He's not caused any harm, if you discount the shock of a strange man gesticulating in your general direction, that is. Nevertheless, we are worried that his behavior might escalate. Have you been tasked with apprehending the miscreant as well? Not quite, Vanar. Natives come back to track down a missing friend. Your miscreant, I wouldn't call him a friend per se, but I too happen to be looking for a man prone to posing. If the man you're looking for might be one and the same, then why not work together? Between the three of you, you're bound to have better luck. It would be an honor and a great help. We were just about to leave to gather testimony, as it happens. Come and join us in Sullen when you're finished here. We'll solve this mystery in no time. I have some hearing protection I'm fidgeting with. To tessellation. Okay, we'll need to go to knot. This is weed, this is brick, knot. Helmet, that's the V's. Did you even thank the artisan at the Iron Bellows who repaired your fishing rod? Not this much. Wait here, I'll bring some dried fish so you can take there as a token of your thanks. Did I see him? You bet I did. I was crossing the forest as the lost shepherd on my way to deliver fish to the Oslo Imperative. Out of nowhere, an odd man leapt in front of me. Thought he was a bandit at first, but then he abruptly turned to the side, curled his neck, and put his fist to his head as if to say, I don't know. It was baffling, but I ran when I realized he wasn't going to do anything else. Oh, that fellow. I saw him the other day on the way home from Claremont. I'd enjoyed one too many libations after my bath and ended up wandering off into the forest. For all I knew it, the sun was dipping low and the sky turning dark, and I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever make it home. Then I felt a gentle tug at my arm. And would you believe it, this odd-looking man led me out of the forest and sent me back on the road. I thanked him profusely, but he said nothing in reply, just struck this pose and walked off. That's our Manderville man. There we go. Why, yes, I saw someone like that when I was out picking mushrooms in the forest. He even spoke to me. I was repulsed at first by his form, but he only wanted to warn me that fell beasts lurk in the forest and I should be wary. Contrary to appearances, I'd say he was actually quite gentlemanly. Gentlemanly, yep, that's our man. That's our Manderville man. There they are. First talk to Vanar for completion's sake. To be honest, I'm not sure what to make of all this. Finished questioning the locals, have you? Were you able to learn anything? Yes. Not only has this poser caused no harm, he's even helped people. So he's a gentleman, albeit a suspicious one. Something of a contradiction, you might say, but there's no reason to doubt what we've heard. Everyone seemed to encounter him in the Forest of the Lost Shepherd, right? Then that's where we'll look next, shall we? Here we are. On the other hand, some folks might argue a suspicious gentleman is more dangerous than a man more blatant in his villainy. This gentlemanliness could well be a ruse to mask all kinds of evil intention. Oh, believe me, I know the man. He doesn't harm a fly. Well, here we are, but how exactly are we supposed to begin our search? These woods are, well, woods. I have an idea. I must admit, it's a fairly stupid idea, but it's an idea nonetheless. Got a plan, do you? Far be it from me to doubt the Warrior of Darkness. Show us what plan you've got in mind, and we'll back you up to the best of our ability. The Mandervilles Mambo time. Hit it. Hark! What familiar gentlemanly gyrations are these? There we have him. That's our man. That's our Manderville man. Wait a moment. They're not a light warden. The sky is not... The sky is normal. Get fucked. Good to see you again, Hildibrand. On your guard, it's a sin eater. Well, no, wait, that's no sin eater. It's Hildibrand. Hildibrand. Who is this Hildibrand of whom you speak? I am the forgiven gentleman, devourer of sins, light warden extraordinaire. You might occasionally moonlight as a zombie overlord, but trust me, you're a gentleman inspector. I got something that might help. You're acquainted with this, gentleman? Trust me, you wouldn't want to know. Right then, clearly your friend has been through a lot. But still, how did he get it in his head that he's a sin eater? There's no way to bring back his memories? I know something. Explosives! We're still trying to save him, right? Trust me. Volleyball time. I'm gonna spike him. I'm gonna spike it. Volleyball. Kaboom. There, that should do the trick. Blasted all the light out of him. Or at least, brought it back into balance. Wicked White! We've killed him! Hello again, Hildibrand. Take it easy. I'd resigned myself to Nashu's and gentleman methodology, but you too, my brutish friend. But never mind that, I do not recall the world being quite so purple. Previously, I was with Nashu and Greg, wandering the bizarre shadowy realm known as the Interspectorial Rift. Interdimensional rift. Oh, there goes the echo flashback time. Wait. Of course he got summoned. Summoned during the Hero's Gauntlet. Where am I? Who am I? Hey, look, there's Guild. God damn it. That sickening light. That aggressive posturing. I know what you are. You're one of them, ain't you? What you need is a good old-fashioned dwarven decking. He up the hill. What you need is a girl. Oh, it's a. Oh, never mind. Female dwarf. I got the voice wrong all the entire time. Ah, there we go. Stuck in the wall. Stuck in the wall until after. Wait, why is there still a sin eater there? Uses it as a perch, of course. Eh? Such ungentlemanly gyrations. And that Tinny immediately just knows to get lost. Run for your lives! The Sin Eater! Oh, that's where he gets it. That's where he got it in his head. Sin Eater. I'll be damned, I saw a vision of the man's past. No wonder he became convinced he was a Sin Eater. I saw it too. It was, quite possibly, the most ridiculous memory I've ever glimpsed. Ah, good to know you two will answer me, my faithful servant. My faithful assistant. Where are we? And why is it so purple? Welcome to the first. Actually, we're on an entirely different reflection. The first? First what? You're telling me we somehow traveled to an entirely different world? Yes. Good gods. I think I have transcended the very boundaries of time and space. Worry not, my friends, my adoring fans. Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, will return to you forthwith. Explosions, dwarven deckings, is there nothing this man can't withstand? You would be surprised. I can't help but feel that this is not what the Echo was intended for. Believe me, I also didn't expect it. A soulful reunion. Hildibrand is back and full of spectral beings. While I've enjoyed what time I spent in this far-flung first, I can remember. We should be getting back to our own world soon. Would you happen to know how we might go about doing that? Yes. Restore my soul with a spirit vessel. Say no more. Your cursory description was more than enough for me to grasp the concept completely. Not one like brewed perfect cup of... Perfect cup of coffee. Which means our task is clear. We require the services of a skilled soul sommelier. We require the services of Becklug. Splendid. I see that even in this world, you rub shoulders with the cream. Let us pay this Becklug a visit. I'm not sure what you're planning to do with souls, but if you require Becklug's assistance, we can help. Aye, they've aided us time and again, and I reckon they'll do the same for your friend here. Come with us to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Northrans to Crystarium. 56 gil to teleport there because I marked it as a favorite location a while ago. Oh. Halo blue. There is so many side. Oh, the Minstrelling Wanderer has some more. FC /. Though I am eager to return home, I will miss this strange world. Perhaps we can visit it again someday. Surely there are cases here that require my preeminent powers of deduction. Seeing as he's a friend of the Warrior of Darkness herself, I should have known. But this Hildibrand is no ordinary man. If you're ready, I'll call for Beglug. Here we go again. Ah, the genius soul sommelier. You've come highly recommended by Kinesia. What an adorable little puppy you have. My soul, what? A puppy? Beg your pardon, but there seems to be some confusion. Puppy? Who's this imbecile, Kinesia? I've half a mind to make him dig a hole so I can throw him in it. But I presume he's a friend of yours and one in need no less. This is Hildibrand. What, another of your friends that needs to be sent back to the source? I forgot how complex and difficult it was to do it the last time. Yet you waltzed in here and asked me for this favor with the air of one shopping for a new hat. This case is no different from the others, at least. He is present only in soul, as they were. Well, you need a spirit vessel, of course. You don't happen to have one on you already, do you? Rahas. Entrusted to you by the Crystal Exarch, you say? If only he knew how you were using it. Fortunately, I have a epoxy on hand. We've been using it to treat patients at the risk of transforming into eaters. But I suppose it's due for a change of pace. There is, however, one concern. In case I didn't make it clear before, the process can place great strain upon one's soul. If he is lacking in resilience, there is a chance that his will not survive. His very essence will be rent asunder. After what he's lived through, it would be plausibly anticlimactic for him to die like that. Kinesia knows me all too well. I assure you, my good sommelier, who is most certainly not a dog, you needn't worry for Hildibrand, Helidor, Maximilian, Manderville. Ah, yes, I get the distinct impression that the gods themselves could not kill him if they tried. And they have. Come along then, Hildy, I can't be bothered to remember that name. 1,000 thanks. Simply point me to the soul siphon and I shall hop right in. The rest of you can wait here. I promise I won't hurt him, no matter how much I might be tempted. Careful with your words, Hildibrand. You'll be pleased to know that the process was smooth and uneventful. Honestly, I was hoping for more of a challenge. All you need to do is take his spirit vessel back to the source and bring it in contact with his corporeal body. He should awaken immediately with his soul and memories intact. If there's nothing else, Vonar and I should be getting back to our duties. It's a pleasure, Kinesia, if all too brief. I won't pretend I understood even a fraction of what happened, but I'm glad I was there for it. Till we meet again, rest assured that Taylor and I will be doing our damnedest to look after the people here in your absence. The fact that you actually recognized me is a miracle. Deliver the gentlemanly spirit vessel to Nashu in Rads at Han. Look, if I now go into my inventory, Gentlemanly Spirit Vessel. A brightly glowing spirit vessel that currently houses the resolute spirit of Inspector Hildibrand. That's fun. I forgot that this was the building. Nashu? Oh, you're back! And not a moment too soon. We have an emergency on our hands. There's souls in here. The Inspector's soul's in this, you say? That's great, but we have another problem now. The Inspector's body has gone missing. We went to the market to do some shopping, and when we came back, he was nowhere to be seen. I double-checked that every door was locked before we left, but there's nothing to suggest somebody forced their way in. We got a case on our hands. Case of the evaporating inspector. We must begin our investigation at once. Come, let us start looking for witnesses. You! You know where Inspector Hildibrand been? The most distressing situation indeed. Oh, there's the creep. Tell me everything you know. The inspector's life is in jeopardy. Did I see anyone get carried out of that house, you ask? I was too distracted with stock taking to make note of any comings and goings. I couldn't be of more help. But I didn't see anyone carry a person out of that house. Oh. But I did see a man carrying a particularly large sack, so heavy he strained to lift it. But didn't think much of it at the time. Now I mentioned it, it was a bit suspicious. Nashu? Ah, there you are. This man says he has vital information that will help us in our investigation. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Delian, Editor-in-Chief of the Havnarian Truth, a monthly publication devoted to exploring unexplained and otherworldly phenomena of our isle. Your companion shared to me the news of your friend's disappearance, and I happen to know precisely who is behind the incident. But I fear you may not like the answer, for the kidnapper is not of this star. They come from the heavens. From beyond the great expanse, they descend in curious saucer-shaped airships to study our world, our society, our buildings, our very bodies. You shudder, no doubt, and as you realize whom I speak, it couldn't be, you protest, but it could, and it is. Your dear friend, the Inspector, been abducted by alien. Oh, oops. Oh, but it'll be fine, you show yourself. After all, they just want to understand us better. You poor deluded child, that they do. But to what end? Why else? When they take over our world? What is worse, they plot to do so with the aid of collaborators. But the Charlians are in league with our would-be overlords, but the aliens have vital information on our vulnerabilities in exchange for a position of power within their regime. And all days was also the work of these alien invaders, an attempt to sow chaos that our world would be... Nah, Shu, he's a quack. Don't pay him any mind. The world would be easier to conquer blessedly as it was thwarted. Well, but dumb luck, as those that did the thwarting were blissfully unaware of the true nature of the threat. I had hoped the setback would discourage the aliens from coming back, if not move them to abandon their ambitions, but would seem events have only emboldened them. Indeed, carrying out abductions here in Radzatan. Even as we speak, your friend lays prone on a sterile bed in their base on the surface of the moon, where they poke and probe them with inscrutable instruments as their floppy ears wiggle with fiendish delight. But I've said too much. I must continue my investigation in secret. The fate of our world is at stake. He's a loony. No, that sounded awful. We have to go to the moon and save the inspector at once. At least he got the floppy ears part right. But you don't think the inspector's going somewhere being probed by aliens? Well, if not them, then who was probing him? A man carrying a suspiciously large sack. That sounds promising. Maybe someone else can tell us more. Nashu, someone up ahead may have seen something. Let's ask around. Also, let me check. I am shorter than... My wall's shorter than Nashu. Fariga and his family are the nicest people. They've got such gentle eyes and long snouts, too. Longer than anyone I've met in Eorzea. That's what happened. Yeah. That's the Matanga for you. Lovely folk. Darkus Hodra, the man with the sack. Indeed, I couldn't help but take note of him as he passed. Trying so very hard to be inconspicuous as he was. He ascended to Alzadar's bath, then went over to the fountain where he met the merchant, I believe. Such a hefty sack it was, my mind was racing with the possibilities of what it might contain. Had to be our man, right? We need to hunt down that merchant. Incredible, isn't it? It reminds me of the giant statue of Lord Godbert at the Gold Saucer. Once the inspector's back on his feet, we'll have to show him. And there's ads. Shame. A man with a large sack. Ha! You bet I saw him. In fact, I sold him my chocobo. At first, I told him to get lost, that Bird and I go way back, and so forth. But he was in a hurry, and his offer was very generous. Now, in my line of work, you can't afford to get too sentimental. And now I could buy a whole stable's worth of chocobos. Did he say where he was planning to go next? He was muttering something about having to go and get the Saltwind's welcome in a hurry. Probably why he was so desperate for a chocobo. It's a long way to go on foot, never mind the sack. Yeah, Knezi, we need to head to Saltwind's welcome right away. Nashu. Here you are. Here we are. Which means the mysterious man with the mysterious sack must be near. Keep your eyes peeled. Over there, that man is definitely up to no good. Maybe he's waiting for a co-conspirator. We should stay out of sight and watch what happens. Master Chupacabra. But he expressed those he had put the evil schemes behind him. He wouldn't lie, would he? Goods appear to be none the worse for wear. Very well. Your payment, as promised. My client will be most pleased. Halt! Going to feed the inspector into the giant sea monster? An honor and a pleasure as always, Dr. Luque. I have faith this specimen will meet with your satisfaction. So this is the one who's said to be the strongest, most resilient in all the world. The Mandervilles man. None other. He has weathered countless explosions and a multitude of martial abuses, including a devastating suplex I myself did witness. It is said he even survived the journey to Dalamud itself, and survived the Lesser Moon's fall with nary a scratch. Most fortunately for us, he has fallen into a coma from which I am assured he will never awake. You are free to do with his body as you please. Wee-hee-hee, even the mightiest of warriors can't fight while asleep. Those meddlers have gotten the better of me and my beautiful boy in the Tower of Babel, but my next child will be all but invincible. With this body mine to command, I will exact a bloody, glorious revenge. No wonder he seemed familiar. I've seen him in the MSQ. I beat him I beat the shit out of him. Self-proclaimed brain of Xenos. He's literally the second boss. Forgive me my boldness, Dr. Luque, but when might I expect the rest of my payment? I have debts that must be repaid. Worry not, with Tilofroy gone for good, the vast fortune of House Brutus is entirely at my disposal. I shall shower you with my wealth, my loyal minion. And I shall gladly shall I accept the spoils, Doctor. I am resolved never to renounce my wicked ways, for surely this time I will suffer no comeuppance. Congratulations, you have... Not you! Not now! I must away! Hey, Dr. Lugay, my payment! How are you so quick? Wake up, Inspector! Could it be? The world's no longer purple. The world's no longer purple. Stop moving, damn you. You're supposed to be the comatose centerpiece of my glorious revenge. Oh, man! He is escaping to space. It's not again. Comic book logic. No. Rest in peace, Hildy. I say, that was a rather dramatic series of events to awaken to. But more importantly, after a brief detour, I find myself in my own world once more. My most sincere apologies for causing you such trouble, my loyal assistants. But rejoice, for Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Oh, it was aliens. Hey, wait, take off in 3, 2, 1. Wait, Inspector! Oh, he was abducted by aliens. I knew it! An alien abduction! Not to think I would have had the chance to witness one with my own eyes. Representative of the Pagnarian truth will be the best one yet. To think, a city of... And just when I thought I'd finally had the inspector back, off he went, and then he came back and floated off again. I mean, it isn't unusual for him. I know it's not the first time he's taken the disguise without warning, but still, it's always a little disappointing. Still, there's no use crying over flying inspectors. Let's return to Rods at Han. Two Rods at Han. Ba 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 da. Noshu's here. Where is the... Noshu. Oh, Inspector. Oh, you left me again. And where have you gone? No, this won't do. Get it together, Noshu. There's a case to be solved. Just you wait, Inspector. Your loyals in Noshu will solve the mystery of your disappearance. Again. And don't you worry, Knazy. As soon as I have a new lead, you'll be the first to know. Till next time. And that's the end of the first case, then. Meanwhile, in Mare Lamentorum. Oh, this scene. I think I missed, but... Oh! I think... And here we have a credit sequence. explosive panache. The crime cracked the case in a flash. The gentleman's flair, raised in the rain for a real Mandervilles. Raised in the sun. Oh! The creep is getting yoinked. Nashu! Lunar conspiracy. Nashu Makaraka awaits your approach like a butterfly poised to set off a hurricane. Says you have a new lead, and just as I promised, you're the first to know. Before we get into details though, I should give you back your soul container. Give it a good scrub first, of course. Being the gentleman that he is, I'm sure the inspector won't want to leave any lingering spiritual odors. There. Now you can listen to my findings without having distracting thoughts like, when is Nashu going to give back my soul container? As for the lead I mentioned, I was thumbing through a periodical and found an article on alien abduction. The way it described almost exactly what happened to the inspector. He even had a little diagram of a man swimming in midair. Anyway, the author seemed convinced that the victim had been taken to the moon. Why does this sound like the kind of rubbish that Wagnerian Truth publishes? Because it is. You remember Dorian, the editor in briefs? He was the one who wrote it. You should really read a better rag, like the Raven. And he plans on doing research for the next edition on the moon itself. Apparently there's a portal or something in Garlemald that will take you straight there. Oh, but a world-hopping adventurer like you must have already been to the moon, or must have been to the moon already. No, like the back of your hand, I bet. I thought so. It would be nice to have an expert guide up there to help me search for clues. What say you? We shouldn't be so quick to trust the nonsensical ramblings of a man who sees aliens in every shadow. But the alien did steal away the inspector, just like Dorian said. I even want to have faith in his journalistic intensity. And even if it wasn't an alien, that funny little ship did look like it was heading moonwards. Wouldn't you agree? Right, I'll start packing my bags. I don't know what the weather is like on the moon, but I remember Garlemald being a little chilly last time I was there. You in Garlemald then, Nashu? It's much colder than I remembered. I sure hope this lunar gate is close. The Tower of Babel? You mean that big spiky spire? Tower of Babel, but yeah. We definitely shouldn't get lost on the way there. Let's get moving. Where is Nashu? Wow, she actually made her way to the Enceladium. Without hassle. Regio Domorum That's a fate I just saw spawn in. Stray dog strut. So this will, this thing will send us up to the moon, just like that. Alright, Nashu. The moon, the world's in grave danger and people deserve to know. I have to reach the moon so I can expose the truth. As I explained to you twice already, I can only allow passage to authorized travelers, which you are not. You are them, aren't you? The aliens have infiltrated every layer of our society. What in the blazes are you talking about? I'm Don Maskin, born and raised. Look, it's Dorian, the editor in briefs. That's Delian, editor-in-chief. Editor-in-chief. Thank you very much. And you are friends of the abducted, I believe. Maisie, greetings. Are you acquainted with this man by any chance? No, nor am I affiliated with him in any way, shape, or form. I wouldn't think so. He doesn't seem the kind of company a hero like you would keep. Maisie, aren't you forgetting the whole conversation we had with Dorian back in Radzatan? Maisie, as in Kanezi Layetches. Slayer of gods, savior Ishgard, liberator of the provinces, stealer of pants. I failed to recognize such an unbelievably famous individual. As a champion of the people, you have a duty to lead us through this fact-strangling checkpoint. We cannot let your comrade's abduction go unsolved. He needs you. We cannot. And the world needs my next article. You believe he was taken to the moon? Well, it certainly sounds like an emergency to me. Your acquaintance here seems sincere in his desire to help, so I will grant him special dispensation to accompany you just this once. You may proceed to the Nethergate. Mysterious forces have thrust us together, and though I trust the fates about as much as I trust that obviously compromised gate guard, I will leave no moonstone unturned. The truth is up there. Go in there with an open mind. Don't expect the aliens to be the aliens, so to speak, to be hostile. In fact, they're quite helpful. They helped me kill the embodiment of despair. Behold, Delian. The moon. This it? Are we here? Oh, the moon is just as white and shiny up close. But not made of cheese, and no sign of Inspector Hildibrand either. Alright, the new Empire's technology is more advanced than I feared. Over there, the aliens must have built some kind of forward base on the lunar surface. We must sneak in and blow the lid on their invasion plans. That's the Watcher's Palace, you dimwit. Looks like Dorian has a lead. Come on, we should follow him. The mysterious 13th member of the 12. It's... aliens! Honest to God's aliens! Never expected to be so tall or so small and bunny-like. Welcome. If I had known I was receiving so many visitors, I would have sent for more tea. Voices speaking inside my head. I don't know the words, but their meaning is clear. Are they wielding psychic powers to try and brainwash me? Are you alright there, friend? Need any help with anything in particular? And this one speaks our tongue fluently. Learned from your Charlian collaborators, I'll wager. Don't think you'll fool me with that adorable bunny nose and silken ears. I'll print the truth before you arrive to beguile my fellow men. Ah. Are you one of Uriange's? You're one of Uriange's friends, aren't you? I'm not sure who or what put such odd ideas into your companion's head, but would you mind setting him straight for me? Loporits aren't alien invaders, although their adorableness does belie their capacity for shenanigans. Or the Loporits are allies of all mankind. Misguided attempts to make us live off carrots alone notwithstanding. They got to you, didn't they? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I've heard rumors about the disbanded Science of the Seventh Dawn. The formerly secret society has in truth become all the more secret. It may pull our leader's strings from the shadows. Hold it right there, mister. I will not let you stand. I won't stand here and listen to you slander Canesi or his lovely buddy any longer. You better not libel them neither. We actually came in search of Inspector Hildibrand, a dashing gentleman who we think was brought here by a shiny flying saucer. You wouldn't happen to have seen either of them around here, would you? I'm afraid I have seen neither. Long was it my duty to keep watch, but as the need for constant vigilance has since ended, I have grown accustomed to idleness. It's rather refreshing, really. Anyway, perhaps the Loporits may have observed this man or his abductor. I feel I would have remembered if I had. The others might have seen something, though. Why don't I take you over to Bestway's Burrow and you can ask them about it yourself? Sounds like a wonderful idea. Please, lead the way. If nothing else, getting an eyeful of the facilities we built for the benefit of mankind should help reassure your suspicious friend here. They were preparing for 12,000 years. They were preparing for millennia. Delian, what do you think? Good God. I knew it. Seeing the burrow in all its magnificence has left your friends speechless. Oh, shoot. So many bunnies! They built a forward base on this scale. What hope does mankind have against them? Oh, for the love of carrots, this is not a military operation. Do you see any cannons or assault craft? We haven't any weaponry at all. Take your time and chat with whomever you like. As for me, I've got perfectly innocuous and not at all nefarious things to do. Bye now. Look, they even have an Aether right here. An Aetherite? A convenient tool for meeting with the Charlian co-conspirators, no doubt. Oh, they'll tell you Aetherites were an Allagan invention, but it was really just one of the many alien technological secrets received in exchange for their undying loyalty. Link pearls too. Be careful what you say on those private calls. The Charlians are always listening. Oh, you fool. You absolutely deluded fool. Languid Loporit. I often stretch my legs out here under the stars. Well, I often stretch my legs out here and there under the stars, but I can't say I've noticed anything out of the ordinary. Sorry. Not to worry. We'll try our luck elsewhere, thank you. Furry-faced liars, a lot of them. Probably hiding an entire fleet of alien attack craft. Oh, he is a nutter, isn't he? Oh, that's a big fan. It must get hot in here. A propulsion engine. Of course, this is no mere moon. You know the satellite upon which we stand was never a natural celestial body, right? It was a grand fabrication of the ancients. They were in contact with aliens even back then. But the purpose of their ambitious construction has eluded us, until now. It's obvious that the moon is a colossal starfaring vessel. Finally, the first thing you said that was actually correct. Elaborate promoter. Oh, ever since we built the XIV 6000, we get all kinds of people around here. Could you describe your missing friend in more detail? Oh, he's a very gentlemanly and dapper if you look past the almost certainly tattered state of his clothing. Though their fashion sense can be a bit eclectic, our visiting adventurers are always dressed impeccably. Not to be rude, but I have a feeling your friend would have stood out in that crowd. Probably strapped to a table somewhere, even as we speak, enduring unspeakable experiments. What I piece together, the giant alien is the master, and all these smaller xeno bunnies are artificial life forms created to serve as minions in his armies. Their harmless appearance is part of the strategy. Soon as you let your guard down, snap, and they'll take you down like a pack of tiny, herbivorous wolves. Dorian has some interesting theories, doesn't he? Being nibbled to death by a mob of cuddly bunnies doesn't sound like a bad way to go. Oh, cloves make of the man. That's an interesting... I need to check that one. Weaving way, of course, is there. I'm gonna check that. Oh, that's actually that's an equipment quest. No gentleman in ragged clothes, I'm afraid. But I did spot an object in flight that I couldn't immediately identify. While I was out gathering materials in the south of Mare Laventorum, I presumed it was just some Alagan relic or new species of floating jellyfish.
We've moved the anti-magic from
Paracardias is rating with Party 4. They were last seen playing Star Wars Zero Company.
Hi, I'm doing the Mandervilles quests. Anyway, I'll restart this line here. I presumed it was just some Alagan relic or new species of floating jellyfish and didn't think too much of it. Anyway, Harrow, I see you were playing Star Wars. How's things going? Harrow raid detected. Oh, yeah. You were playing the Star... Yeah, Cherry just said you were playing Star Wars Zero Company. How did things go? Nice to hear. As you can see, I am doing the Endwalker Mandervilles quests today. This Delian guy, he's a nutter. Oh no, he's wandered off again. Oh no, he's wandered off. He's about to do another crackpot theory. Oh, that sounds... Okay, have fun. Anyway, let's do this. Cool, now that sounds promising. Thank you for your time. What's this then? A pod for growing new Xeno bunnies. They must plan to produce them in the millions. How overwhelmed us with sheer fuzzy numbers. How could it have been so blind? Those aren't ears, they're psychic wave generators. They lure people close with their personal faces and bam, brainwashed. Get it all out, alien scum. And once the world reads my special edition, your dreams and domination will be done for. Ha! What a strange and oddly aggravating man. Is he a friend of yours too? He thinks he's a friend of the people, but I don't think any people are his friends. Right, let's get out there and find that flying object. Do you know which direction is south? Wait, I'm coming with you. Don't leave me alone with the brainwashing xenoponies. Oh, you poor deluded fool. Created by Vinard, this dog-like familiar lends his back only to those who've won his favor, which you already had by the time you first met him in Larimoratorum, owing to the quirks of time travel. Time to cross this. Oh, hey, Argos. How could you leave me behind? Surely you know the first rule of Indian hunting is never split the party. Oh, Argos is just here because of... Ah. So many stars. Like a million twinkling teeth and a great big gentlemanly smile. We have to find them, Knazy. Oh, yep. That person's also there. Search for the flying object. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Aha, I see it. Keep it lined up. Got it. There it is. And there it goes. Come on. We can't let it get away. We did, Knazy. We found the inspector. Case closed. Horrendous. Only aliens could subject a man to such a callous and physically implausible fate. Clearly, you haven't met the man. Wait a moment. Why are there so many of him? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? But do I see a whole field of planted Hildibrands? Well, well, what a delightful surprise to see you here. Wherever here happens to be. Well, what an impressive specimen of a gentleman you are, good sir. Same could be said of you, good man. My good man. Is this an extemporaneous gentleman's club? If I may be so bold as to join you. So many Hildies. What in the name of the occult is happening here? Where did they all come from? They're phantom Hildibrands created by the refraction of starlight through swamp gas. Imposters, you mean? Don't worry, I know just how to find a real inspector. Oh no. Nashu! Cease and desist, Nashu. Use your powers of deduction, not destruction. They're also authentic and synchronized. I honestly can't tell the difference. Well, look no further, for I am the one and only Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, and inspector extraordinaire. One and only. I believe that would be me, good sir. How odd. I think you will find that I am the original Hildibrand. Oh, I am more than certain that I am Hildibrand. As am I. Could it be that we're all Hildibrand? We're all Hildibrand. How positively marvelous! I propose we celebrate this auspicious moment as only a mob of Manderville men can. What manner of waking nightmare is this? Welcome to the madness of the Manderville. Perfectly synchronized in a circle. Maybe these are clones only summoning the true Hildibrand. Yes! Turns out none of them were the true Hildibrand. There he is. Apologies for the confusion, my friends. I assure you that this time you stand in the presence of the inimitable Hildibrand Helidor Maximilian Manderville. And this diminutive blue chap here is my new associate, Master Poopoo. Another alien species. Of course, you're building a clone army to invade our star. And what we stumbled upon was a field test. I do not believe we've had the pleasure, my excitable fellow. But I promise you that Master Poopoo has no desire to wage any clone wars. And what's this all about? Are you telling me you weren't abducted? A simple misunderstanding. Oh, there's the echo again. Oh, what a charming little rascal you are. I don't choose the Mandragora family, perchance. Oh, Poo, ah, I see. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Master Poo-Poo. Might I inquire as to our current whereabouts? I had but recently reunited with Nashu and Kinesi and would greatly appreciate if you could convey me back to my prior location. Splendid! Full speed ahead, my dear fellow. Steady now. This is not what I had in mind. My word! You've generated a veritable battalion of identical gentlemen. Surely the world could never safely contain so much pure Mandervillian magnificence. Could you perchance reverse the process? And there we have one Manderville recreating the... Then we have one clone Manderville just recreating the opening scene from Realm Reborn. Yeah. Oh, one... Oh god, it's not like that. Mommy! Thus, I have concluded that Master Poo-Poo has no grasp of the common tongue, and his true intentions, while purely peaceable, remain woefully unclear. It was only through frenzied gestures that I managed to direct him back here and have him clean up our Manderville multiplicity incident. Poo-Poo, I want to start a great distance from here. I came in search of a friend whose communications halted mid-exploration. All this way to aid a comrade in distress, you say? The devotion, the determination. Your touching story has sunk its hooks into my heart. Fear not, my blue-hued friend, for I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have attached myself to this case like a stubborn barnacle on a kraken's behind. I swear to you, here and now, I shall scour all of creation, from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for the missing comrade you so desperately seek. An entirely new species of alien. The next issue of The Truth will need to be a special double edition. Mr. Poo-Poo's eyes make me feel dizzy, like swirls that go around and around and around and around. I am glad you were here to help ward off any more misunderstandings. Tell me, Knazy, how is it that you are able to understand Master Poo-Poo's language? Actually, it's because of the echo. Power of echoes. Ah, you mean persistent repetition. It sounds similar to the Manderville art of parley. You're saying you have an extrasensory ability that allows communication with aliens. How fascinating. Yes, most fascinating indeed. Pending mysteries aside, I am glad indeed to once more be in the company of my faithful assistant and stalwart contemporary both. This echo power of yours sounds extraordinary. You must allow me to interview you once we put this business on the moon behind us. Mr. Pooh's... Yep, that line is unchanged. The imperfect gentleman, unfazed by events that would shatter the mind of a lesser man, Hildibrand stands ready to begin his next case. It's time for Manderville weapons, I think. So begins the case of the silent correspondent. Not to rain on your parade, but my friend who was somewhere on your star stopped sending me messages is not a lot to go on. Spent years investigating the existence of aliens, and recent experiences notwithstanding, they are not that easy to find. And you don't know Inspector Hildibrand, he'll solve this case as he's solved countless others, with unerring perception and panache. Ha, well said, Nashu. I need but relinquish conscious thoughts to investigative instinct, and the clues will follow me forthwith. Lose yourself in the deductive current, Inspector. You're channeling, aren't you? Contacting a higher power to breach the veil of mystery. Not a fascinating development. Oh, there's the Loporrit. Ah, there you are. I've been looking all over. Oh, you must... Oh, you'd like to know that I spotted that chap you were asking about. You know, the muscled gentleman with tattered clothing and dazzling teeth? You mean this gentleman? We found him too. No, what? Well, that can't be right. I just saw him in the north of Mare Laurentorum. And he ran the other way when I called out. I don't know how he could have arrived before me. I have a feeling, Mr. Bunny, sir, that what you saw was an imposter. Nancy, would you mind asking Mr. Poo-Poo if he was growing any more inspectors on the moon? Well, did you? I only created a single batch, but one did manage to escape the vaporization beam. The individual's behavior was unpredictable, a flaw in the cloning process, I'm afraid. Oh, this won't do. We cannot have a flawed inspector running around besmirching the Manderville name. Master Poo-Poo, I must ask that we hunt down and liquidate my other self as soon as possible. Might we delay the search for your comrade until the deed is done? This imperfect clone was of my making. It's only right that I redress my mistake first. And so begins the case of the imposter inspector. Oh, that does sound exciting. If you don't mind me coming along, I can show you the place where I saw the imposter inspector. Oh, the two gatekeeper locations are just where Argos is. It was right around here. I wonder what other nefarious abilities this so-called amicable alien is hiding. My ship's matter duplication facility is prone to the occasional glitch. I should probably have that looked at. I espy with my little eye no dashingly defective gentleman. He can't have made it that far on foot. I only try searching the immediate area, scan the horizon, that sort of thing. The rest suggest we split up so we can cover more ground. Nashu, Kanezi, and I will investigate to the west. Right, and I'll take those other two and head east. Splitting the party again, and you're leaving me with the aliens. Oh, relax, bright eyes. We'll have a nice chat, and I can disabuse you of all the strange conspiratorial notions. Oh, and we can show you one. Get to know our new friend here. Let us be on our way as well. Canadian divan, if you please. Running past, I am here. Behold the sublime vista, as the moon herself breathes beneath our feet. Oh, look down there, they have the very own hot spring. My dear Nashu, what you're observing is no hot spring, but a natural reservoir ceruleum. With such a rich resource to hand, there's no wonder they can afford these palatial residences. I'm glad you're here to educate me, Inspector. I was about to take a quick soak. Oh, look down here, they have the very own hot spring. That's no hot spring, that's where Zodiac used to reside. And believe me, it's not a pleasant place. A hammer-struck thinker. Hammer-struck? Wait. Oh god, Godbert's here. Oh no, Godbert's here. A goldsmithing hammer is lodged in the thinker's carcass. It appears to have been dealt a single swift killing blow. Oh, the bugs grow big up here, don't they? This hammer really cannot be. Nay, it does not bear thinking about. Come along, nothing to see. A moose. Not a single cloud in sight. In fact, I've never seen the night sky so clearly. Now that you mention it, it has been nighttime the entire time I've been here. How much longer until dawn breaks, do you think? A dazzling display of stars. Oh, that actually just skips the single line. I've just skipped one line. Another moose got hit with a hammer. Another goldsmithing hammer, another killing blow that bespeaks unparalleled strength. Looks like he's yawning. The hammer stuck in his head. It spoils the effect though. Oh, be here. Why would he be here? That's a goldsmithing tool, doesn't it? It does look awfully familiar. Get completely unrelated to our case. Moving on, people. Moving on. A trail of fancy footprints. A set of gentlemanly tracks leads to the northwest. And the sand, in the snow, or in a half-ilm of moon dust. I'd recognize those fancy footprints anywhere. They're a perfect copy of mine. Our fugitive imposter must be just up ahead. Sense a gentlemanly presence. He is close. Very close. No clones in the northeastern quadrant, or what that we could see. Well, that's clever. I said people can scout for us from the air. Ah, I found me. Why? Why did I flee? He seems sad, downcast, very uninspector-like. A flawed creation, to be sure. Such negative emotions would never mar the heart of a true Manderville man. Oh god, it's Godbert. Yo. What did he kill this time? Uh-oh. Hildibrand, are you alright? Praise fall for his patience. Would see my beloved Hildy has been awoken from his unnatural slumber. Perfect Godbird moment. Classic Godbird. You missed. Abandoning my gentleman comrades to save myself. My pride in worse tatters than my maltreated wardrobe. My fatherly love denied. Unthinkable. Unless that is not my son. Oh shoot, he knows. Now there's my boy. Oh, we have the classic joke. Yeah, you stood no chance, Hildibrand. Whoa, 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 whoa! Another of me survived? Another of me survived. I will not turn tail and run this time. No, sir. Hildibrand to the rescue. Ah! Round and round as fast as I can. Can't slow down. I'm a Manderville man. Manderville dance of the ephemeral twin. Uh-oh. Well, both are in the wall now. Good. Right in the nostrils as well. Uh-oh. Oh, here comes the Loporits. Hey, it's... Huh? What? The Lop. One. Now I know I'm dreaming. That can't possibly be real. That was a little something we were preparing to welcome the people for Ferris. I almost forgot it was still there. Hey, it's Enkidu. Oh no, all this stuff. The barrage appears to have stopped, but just look at all this junk. Please be sure to pick up your litter before you leave. The moon belongs to everyone, you know. Uh-oh, Godbert found something. Horse. Oh ho! Hildibrand Helidor Maximilian Manderville. How glad am I to see you up and about. Your mother will be beside herself with joy. I only stand before you now thanks to Nashu, who stood ever vigilant at my bedside, and Zukinezi, who ferried my soul back from across the rift. My son is indeed blessed with comrades of quality. You have my heartfelt gratitude. And to you, Master Poo-Poo, I extend my apologies. In my excitement, I fear I have broken your starship. If there is aught I can do to help effect repairs, you have only to ask. My vessel experienced temporary malfunction, but there was no major structural damage. It brings me relief and joy to hear it. Might I have a word, Knazy? I had actually come to the moon in search of a certain rare ore, and by false good graces, my quest has been successful. The ore, however, is but the first step of a longer saga. Meet me back in Rods at Han, and I will explain the role I wish you to play. Yes, I think it best we make the journey starwards. We will not find Master Poo-Poo's friend from up here unless someone packed an extremely efficacious spyglass. Anybody? No? Then home it is. For years, I've chased after the supernatural and inexplicable. You encounter so much of it in a short span of time. My mind still reels from the implications. Yet I must keep my gaze focused beyond the veil. A chance like this comes only once in a lifetime. You needn't worry about the clones returning to plague you. The vaporization rate disassembles matter on a molecular level. Now begins the hard work of compiling my notes into a structured account of events. There's much to say. I need to stretch this over several articles. See, I told you I recognize those hammers. A good inspector never forgets a tool. Oh, how lovely to be back on the star of my birth. Father did not tarry to chat, but said something about returning here with a trusted employee. Well, we have no time for further familial pleasantries. Nashu and I must devote all our mental energies to the case of the silent correspondent. My keen inspector sense impels me to begin our search in that direction. Make haste, my companions, for justice waits for no man. Not even one who's little and blue. Inspector, wait! Can't justice make an exception for me? His channeling appears to be remarkably efficient. Oh, effective. Fascinating. Yes, most fascinating indeed. Knazy, forgive me, I seem to have been laboring under a misconception. After spending some time with the Xeno buddies, it's become clear to me that they have not the slightest intention of invading our star. They are no threat to us. But he is! You know of whom I speak, the devious Master Poo-Poo and his diabolical devices devised solely for world domination. I shall have to investigate him further to learn the intricacies of his plans, but I may require your aid, not to mention your interpretation. I'll even pay you a retainer fee, so please, when the time comes, join me on my quest for the truth. Shall we do the Mandervilles? Oh, look, there is Godbert. Ah, Knazy, my apologies for the wait. Shall we proceed to business then? Task at hand concerns no less than a family legacy. The recreation of the historically significant and astronomically magnificent Mandervilles weapons. They were the designs of a distant ancestor, you see. While the originals have long since vanished, their manual containing the secrets of their construction survived. A precious heirloom passed down through generations of Mandervilles. Aren't your hammers built for hammering gold? 'Tis true that as a goldsmith I have little occasion for crafting implements of war. Why this project and why now, you may very well ask? And I shall very well tell you. The tale begins not so long ago. I was here in Radz-at-Han to discuss a deal with an up-and-coming merchant. The matter in question was an acquisition proposal. Alas, the talk soured, so I made preparations to depart. It was then that the sky burst into flame. You know all too well what horrors followed. I did my best to defend the citizenry from the beasts which spawned, yet I could not save them all. Saved far too few, in fact. The memory of it haunted me. Day and night I found myself unable to work. Then I heard news of how you and your companions had ventured forth to banish this evil at its source. You forged on in the face of deepest despair, and gave me the courage to do the same. I took a good, hard look in the looking glass and asked, what can Godward Manderville do to safeguard the people of this star? Thus did I realize that I had both the knowledge and the skill to forge the greatest of weapons, that I might empower others to protect themselves and their fellow man. So I began going down the list, acquiring the necessary materials with a single-minded purpose. One of these was a goodly chunk of purest Manderium ore, a metal found exclusively in meteorites, and that only rarely. I searched high and low, scouring impact sites and consorting with kobolds, all to no avail. Then, when none was to be found on Heidelin, I set my sights on the moon, where I at last obtained a sizable sample. Now, I say at last, but the list of materials goes on. If I am to collect the... Grab this. If I'm to collect the rest in a timely fashion, I must employ the help of a comrade of quality. When you spare a moment from adventuring, or aiding my dear son in his inspecting, pray drop a word in the ear of my manservant. I shall clear my schedule of trivial interruptions, and we can proceed with the recreation of a Manderville weapon forthwith. How about we make it a Manderville right away? Meanwhile, elsewhere in Radz-at-Han, oh, great. I don't like the look of that. Sound the alarm! A prisoner is escaping! On solid ground or forest world, the truth lies the weird and absurd. These seconds are none. Oh, not again. It's time to make it a Manderville in this case. Please note that upon completing the quest, make it a Manderville, you will receive a Manderville weapon for a ninja. Please ensure you have changed to your desired job before speaking with the House Manderville manservant. I will do it like this. Class/job specific quests. Manderville quest. The House Manderville manservant has been patiently waiting to speak with you. Changing classes or jobs will prevent progress during this quest. Mr. Zlayashes, how wonderful to finally speak with you. Your cooperation in Lord Manderville's weaponsmithing endeavor is highly appreciated. Regarding said endeavor, we've borrowed a corner of the High Crucible in which to base our crafting station. If you would be so kind as to follow me. That's Crucible of Alchemia. Our humble base of operations. You will no doubt be coming back and forth many times in the days ahead, though I strongly suggest that you attune to the city Ethernet, if you've not already done so. Otherwise, I trust you are all set to proceed. One moment will sign inform Lord Manderville of your arrival. Oh, Kinesi, welcome. Your stalwart assistants added to the mix. I've every confidence that this adventure in forging will be a complete success. Now, so let us begin with a detailed exposition of the history of Manderville weaponry. First of all, when I say Manderville weaponry, I refer to the series of masterpieces created by the legendary artisan Hildibrand Manderville, the first lord of House Manderville, made with mystical Mandarium. These purportedly peerless armaments are perhaps the most prized treasures. Or at least they were until someone misplaced them. Terrible housekeeping, that. Fortunately, the time-worn manual in which Hildibrand penned his secrets is both intact and still within our possession. Thus, with that precious family heirloom in hand, and a ready supply of purest ore, I intend to recreate what was lost. The work, however, cannot proceed without a few more key ingredients. I should like to call upon you to procure said ingredients, as well as provide a seasoned adventurer's perspective on the fruits of our labor. Excellent. I knew I could count on you. As a goldsmith, crafting weaponry is akin to venturing into unknown territory, and I would place my trust only in the most proficient guides. Speaking of which, may I introduce one of the very best in the business. Come on over, my friend. Pleased to meet you and all that. Name's Geralt. I suppose we'll be working together on this exciting little project of his lordship. You don't seem too eager to be here. Well, why should I be? Look at this gill-addled dandy I'm forced to hammer for. I'd rather drag my stones across hot coals than forge another rich old bastard's trinkets. Is that the way of it, then? I contacted Rowena, hoping to employ the talents of Eorze's finest smith. But I should clearly have no interest in providing me with your services. I shall hire an artisan. He can put this stock of stones and coals behind us. Wait, you got me all wrong, your lordship. It was just a bit of smitty humour to lighten the mood. I'd be honoured to work on your Manderville weapon. It's actually from... Oh, here's the thing. I already spent the coin on this job will bring me on some right fancy bottles of Bavarian liquor. I can't afford not to do it. So that means we're back in business, yes? Marvellous. It's bloody splendid. It is. Your crew is all present and accounted for, so let's get to smitten. There's naught I'd like to do more. Presently, however, there are 3 conundrums which stand between us and making any Manderville armament a reality. First of these is the devising of a method for working the Mandirium. From what I have been able to decipher from the manual, the process is quite demanding. Just leave it that to old Geralt. I've yet to meet a middle I can't beat into shape. Or then I'll succeed that chore to your artisanal ingenuity. The second is crafting of ornamentation which will amplify the weapon's etheric intensity. If it's a sturdy blade you need, then I'm your man, but fiddly bits of decorations are not in Miss Smitten wheelhouse. And it is fortunate that fiddling with bits is most assuredly in mine. Though it shall no doubt be a challenge, creating suitably exquisite adornments is a task well suited to me and my goldsmithing. As for the third and final problem wanting for resolution, we require a vial of Alexander Manderville. If one has access to an industrial-sized chemical furnace, it should be possible to extract the superlative mineral oil from Mandarium-rich meteorites. Assuming I've understood what I heard of the process, this Excelamander What's-It oil is key to maximizing ethereal conductivity. And thanks to the good graces of the High Crucible, we have the extraction apparatus we require right here. All that remains is to collect 3 or so goodly chunks of Mandarium meteorite. That'll be your charge, Knazy. Right then, I will see about preparing materials for my share of the workload. Now start stoking the flames. Sounds like we need them nice and hot. Oh, Rowena asked me to tell you something. Seems like one of her lackeys has so bloody conveniently set up shop over by the Aetheryte and just might have the meteorite chunks we need. Last one, the name of Jabruna it was. Could save you some searching, but she sure is a shite at giving out skyrocks for free. Manderville Weapons, a saga of hammers and heroes. Jabruna. Filmstone exchange. Oh no. You must be the famous Knazy. Mistress Rowena said to expect you and to assist with any procurement request. Then, I heard that you got some Mandarium meteorite. Oh yes, we happen to have cornered the market on that particular asset. Only so many of them fall from the sky, you see, and collectors often offer top gill for such rarities. In your case, however, I've been instructed to request payment in an alternative currency. Say it with me now. Tomestones. Allegan Tomestones. Going raise 500 Allegan Tomestones of Poetics for 1 chunk of Mandarium meteorite. I'll be here whenever you're ready to make the trade. Fuck. 1,500 for a single weapon. I need 3 of them, so... There go the tomestones I so painstakingly gathered for the... got from the raids yesterday. Geralt? Well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Let's see the goods. Aye, these are proper skyrocks and no mistake. Godbird's not back yet, but I reckon we can get a head start on extracting that special oil he is. Bugger, this might well be cooking grease for all. Might well be cooking grease for all the conductivity it's got. I botched one of the steps, but which one? Pretty sure I followed them instructions to the damn letter. There was no fault in your process, Master Geralt. Gotta tell me that the... Oh, how do you explain this bottle of weak piss sitting on my anvil? To undergo the final treatment. An advanced oil pressing technique, passed down through generations of Manderville lubricant enthusiasts. Take more than some enthusiastic oil press to bring this liquid up to snuff. How ye of little faith. Observe. Oh no, don't tell me. Hey cats, man, what in the hell's are you stripping down to your small clothes for? I didn't know we were just some degenerate folk. They're just some degenerate folk. Patience, Master Geralt. This is merely the prelude. Behold the mighty squats of our Manderville man! That should be enough to get the juice flowing. Now to demonstrate aforementioned technique. A single drop of potently empowered Manderville perspiration. Ye gods, full of stars. But that don't change anything yet, just because you're an eccentric old bugger prancing about and sweating on things. There we go. Maybe so, but look closer, Master Geralt. Thus is the XIV made ready. You mean ready? All you did was add your drippings? Bugger me. Impossible. I don't suppose you can explain this, are you? One does not simply reveal the tricks of one's trade, especially long-guarded family traditions. As a fellow professional, I'm sure you understand. Aye, well, it makes no difference to me. Won't be caught dead doing them creepy poses. Racing banter aside, I do believe this puts us in possession of all the necessary components. It's your time to shine, Master Geralt. Oh, I'll shine, all right. You're a cut above the average craftsman, I'll grant you that, but you're still a few rungs to climb. Best shield your eyes, ladies and gents, because my work's possibly blinding. Blech. Success! Just as I predicted. That right there is a collaborative master. The pair of Manderville 9. I would live to see my ancestors' wondrous forge work recreated. You've made me a happy Manderville man, Clancy. But let's not break out the bubbly booze just yet, your lordship. We've got a ways to go before we can call our work finished. Master Geralt is quite right. I've neglected to properly explain that this is but the first stage of a much grander creation. The bare bones of the weaponry, if you will. Aye, now begins the endless chore of refinement, which means I'll be stuck here for God knows how long. I'm loath to monopolize your time, my good blacksmith, but the manual is written in the most confounding cipher. I am not certain when I will finish decoding the next step in the process. Go on to sit idle then. At least I got a few bottles of quality liquor to keep me company. The drunk. A regrettable yet unavoidable delay. Let us reconvene when the manual has given up its secrets, shall we? Should you wish to experiment in a different variety of Manderville weapon? This is a highly trained House Manderville artisan. This highly trained House Manderville artisan is at your service. I have imparted to him the necessary techniques for facilitating this initial stage of crafting. He requires only a contribution of Mandervilles meteorites to forge a weapon of your choosing. Another naked bastard! What do your Manderville folk have against trousers? You know what? I don't even want to know. Just leave the spitting to me. When I do a job, I do it right. Very well. Then I shall return anon. I am most eager to see the next stage of our masterpiece take shape. Manderville knives. They're a Manderville knife. They are Manderville knives. Speaking of which, I'm gonna check. Do the Manderville weapon? The Manderville knives are only slightly worse. No, we want knives. Stats. One. 131. So these are actually still better than this. So best I can do is replicas. A spectacle of inspection. Delian is ready to embark on a crusade for truth. Maisie, what a suspiciously auspicious timing. I was just thinking of you, and suddenly you appear. I'm sure you recall Master Poo-Poo claimed his purpose in coming to our world was in search for a missing comrade, which is of course merely a cover for his true objective, laying the groundwork for a full-scale invasion. But I understand the skeptical masses will demand proof of this sinister operation. Thus did I decide to bide my time, keep my eyes open, and let things play out. And no sooner had I resolved to do so when I received word concerning the inspector Seems they made progress in tracking down our alien friend's friend. This could be my chance. I say my chance, but I can hardly stand against this cosmic conspiracy alone. You are coming, yes? I wouldn't dream of letting you investigate Poo-Poo by yourself. Then let us be on our way. They are headed to Balaka's stand, and we don't want to miss even the smallest development. Balaka's stand. Good to know. Here's the joke. I would imagine my character would be there on... Look, if you actually had the option, I would have actually had my character say that they're on behalf of the Raven. But no, shoot, there's Hildibrand. Where's our stalker friend? Lazy, you came! The lunar crew's back together! I'll be putting it on a short... I'm putting it on a break while I'm at dinner soon, so... Ah, my loyal associates. Come to admire the spectacle of inspection, have you? As well you should. Look, Master Poopa, Kinesi has come to help. Thank you, Kinesi. You're too kind. You speak our language now. No echo universal translator what's it's required. No great chore to master your tongue. The grammar and syntax are relatively simplistic. Such a terrifying intellect. What hope do we have to prevail against it? Did you narrow down the search to this particular area exactly? My tried and true inspector's sense, my dear fellow. All the perceptible and imperceptible signs pointed me in this direction, although they did neglect to include a precise location. For that, we must rely on our tried and true inspecting technique, interrogation. Spread out everyone and question the locals on any poo-poo shaped sightings. Oh look, there's the creep again. Inspector's sense, he says. Clearly he's just following a gut feeling. Unless, could it be is he in fact channeling a higher power? No, the sooner goes over the pancakes. Ragamuffin? If I may, have you perchance come across an individual resembling this delightful blue ragamuffin here? Go to the sack counter. Now that you mention it, I did see something like that in the west of the shroud. Might have mistaken it for a small child if not for the way it moved, sort of a furtive scamper. Creepy. And talk to the crate inspector. Oh yes, I spotted such an odd little creature in the jungle. On my way back from the city markets. Only it wasn't alone. It was in the company of a rather unusual gentleman, sickly pale he was, and radiating an unpleasant smell. I felt obligated to keep my distance. Lazy, have your investigations borne fruit? My known carefully crafted queries place an individual of Master Poo-Poo's proportions in the south of the shroud. To the west, your sources say. Asked around, and there have been a few sightings in the jungle somewhere to the north. If we have sightings to the south, north, south, and west, that must mean Master Poo-Poo has more friends here than he realized. I am not that gregarious. I have precisely one friend on this world. Could it be doppelgangers? No, too simple, too obvious. It's more likely that the same alien wandering the jungle, being spotted in different locations by different eyewitnesses. Means we need to... I can't believe I'm suggesting this. Split up and search the whole area. Fair proposition. Very well then. Oh, are we launching a search party? Father, have you been following me? Nothing of the sort. I was engaging in feats of physicality while my mind grappled with the mysteries that Mandervillian weapon before. Hoping to turn perspiration into inspiration, as it were. I'm afraid the burning field's wooden men are poor muses when compared to the stimulus a worthy opponent provides. Mayhap if I join you, the indomitable Knazy, in your endeavor. Then happenstance will deliver the challenge I require. You're continuing to cater the Sun's correspondent, yes? Have you need an extra pair of eyes? As many as you can spare. I was just about to assign teams to the search, as a matter of fact. The village sits in the Shroud's east, so let us divvy up the remaining direction, shall we? Nashu and I will head south. Knazy and Master Pupu to the west, if you please. DeLorean, you and my father have the north. It's Delian. Also the south of the Shroud of Samga is awfully big. How are we to keep in contact, much less coordinate our effort? I had special link pearls made for such an occasion. We can chatter in each other's ears as much as we like. You mad? The Charlians will listen to everything we're saying. Really? All the way out here? I should think their hearing is that good. But seeing as you mislike link pearls so much, Lord Godbert can hold the one for your team. Link pearls, what tremendous foresight. Now let us proceed with our investigation. The inspector wishes us to search in the west of the jungle, yes? I will follow your lead. A river flowing right at our feet. Many stars have visited the cosmos, but precious few of such a bounty of water as this one. Your home is a rare treasure. Tell me, what was your world like? I see no traces of my comrade. But what are those black-furred beings? Are they friends of yours, fellow people of Eferis? Faintly people-shaped perhaps, but not people, but not particularly friendly either. There is a greater variety of species here than I anticipated. I shall have to collect more samples. Let's keep moving. The rock formations on this island remind me of my home star. They have the same vibrant hues, the same stark beauty, if only... Never mind that, we have a friend to find. Those are beastkin, monkeys. I find it difficult to tell the difference. One semi-intelligent life form is much the same as the other. Well, never mind. Moving on. Nothing. Not even a little burnt circle in the grass. Friend I'm looking for, we grew up together. We were always together. We even shared the same dream, to roam the great expanse of the cosmos. We worked hard and supported one another until we both had starships of our very own. The universe was ours to explore. How fleeting that feeling of triumph. Oh, but that's not a tale entirely. I simply wish to express how dear this friend is to me. Yes? Well, those listening on this not you. We think we may have found Poo-Poo's friend. Come to Perusa as quickly as you can. Let's take my starship. It's the fastest way. Must admit, it's cramped. Meanwhile, at Perusia. Hail, dear comrade of Master Poo-Poo. We come in peace. Pray, reveal yourself. Oh, it's a Mandragora. Oh, it's those four again. You're the Mandragoras. Hey, it's Master Zombiebrand. They said you were trapped in slumber, but I rejoice that is no longer the case. Oh, it's one of the Walking Dead. Greetings, friends. I am a proud member of the Gentle Dead Men and disciple of Master Zombiebrand. What brings you here to Favner? And in the company of Lenosha's infamous vegetable menace, no less. Allow me some precious few moments of your lifespan to explain. It was a time when the maggots in my skull grew restless and wriggly. Tales of a spoiled sea king terrorizing the region of Borgia reached our undead fraternity. And so, on their behalf, I traveled afar to recruit a rotten Mandragora. After making his acquaintance, the festering fellow wished to introduce me to his brethren, who I assured me were no less rotten. Thus did I make next for Lenosha, that I might extend a fetid hand in friendship. When I arrived, however, I learned that one of their companions has been abducted by a strange flying vessel. What was a gentle dead man to do but aid in the search? I turned to the Favnarian truth, a reliable bastion of supernatural rumor-mongering, and lo and behold, an alien craft matching the Seedkin's description had been spotted here on this isle. Needless to say, we embarked on our journey forthwith. Ah, one of our faithful readers. I'm pleased to see that even in undeath, the hunger for truth is not wholly subsumed by the hunger for brains. We find ourselves on the case of the misappropriated Mandragora. This abductor will not evade my powers of discernment. Soon we'll need a case to carry all these cases. An abductor? I have a feeling we won't need to look far. That may have been me. Forgive me for taking your friend. In my sample collecting frenzy, I must have mistaken him for an edible plant of some kind. Understandable. You would not be the first to confuse a mandragora with a salad ingredient. The main thing is that he returned to us unharmed and uneaten. All's out what ends well. If you'll excuse us, we should be getting back to Fanaland. Rotting flesh and humidity is an unpleasant combination. My apologies, Master Poo-Poo. I seem to have missed the mark this time, but I swear to you, I shall not rest until you are reunited with your comrade. I almost believed your keen inspector sense to be a form of prognostication, but it really was just following your gut. I'm afraid vague inspectorial feelings will only take us so far. We have a veritable world of such, and for that we need, I don't know, a veritable army of inspectors. An army of inspectors? Oh, of course, I can simply clone a multitude of Hildibrands as I did before. Now, let's not do anything rash. Uh-oh. Oh dear, the ship's matter duplication facility has been temperamental for a while and now it's broken down completely. The clone is the last it'll ever produce. Well, what a look, what a look. Out of toner. Right, name Randy Hild. Inspector Brandyhild. Why is he so blocky? The cloning process must have failed partway through. Allow me to this abnormality. Yeah, one moment. And I'm back. Sorry it took so long. Now, let's not do anything rash. Let's not do anything rash. Unlike my former replicas, this one is highly unlikely to be mistaken for me. And seeing as we were looking for extra helpers, I say we press this undefined fellow into service. Welcome to the team, Inspector Brandyhild. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Assistance, please allow me to be of assistance. Oh ho ho, never a dull moment around the Mandervilles men. Blocky Brandyhild. Blocky though this expected may be. That Master Poo-Poo could so easily attempt to replicate a living, thinking being. Alien technology is so advanced I can scarce differentiate it from magic. I knew the duplicator had been unstable, but I pushed it to perform anyway. Now look at what I've wrought. Not only is this clone a poor imitation of the Inspector in form, but in force of personality as well. We made quite a mess of that temple ruin. But thanks to Father, it looks as good as new. Or would that be good as old? In any event, I look forward to tackling the remainder of the case with my charming new contemporary. I am delighted to be part of it. Oh, look how shy he is. He really is very charming. Generational bonding. An unperturbed Hildibrand seeks to resume the search for Poo-Poo's comrade. An unexpected but invaluable addition to our ranks. With our numbers thus bolstered, we are ready once more to dive into the fray. Perhaps, but what of our strategy? We need a new approach. If I may, assuming Master Poo-Poo's acquaintance pilots a craft of similar design, then might we not instead attempt to locate the starship? Such a striking vessel will have drawn more attention than a comparatively tiny being in question. He has a point. The Truth receives a large number of reports from readers claiming to have observed unidentified flying objects. I could review said reports, those that meet the criteria of shiny, silver, and saucer-like naturally. Then remove instances which we know to have been Master Poo-Poo. That should narrow things down considerably. Indeed, what a fantastic idea. Just the kind of brilliance one might expect of one's clone. I was about to make the very same suggestion. Well done, Inspector. Well done, Inspector. I hope I've not overstepped my bounds. I'm but a shadow of the original after all. I have a stack of back issues stored in the workroom I used in the city. Hope who can help me sift through them and cross off sightings that were definitely him. Shall we? It's a rare case. Wow, he's starting to... The madness has already hit, so... No, shoot. Inspector Hildibrand inspected Inspector Brandyhild with unexpected introspection. Ouch, I think I just twisted my tongue. Ah, don't mind me, just keeping a watchful eye on Miss Nashu. Ah, you never know what kind of unsavory knaves are out here. Like your fine self. Dorian has taken Master Poo-Poo to peruse a store of past publications. Let us enjoy a brief interlude until they return with the results of their investigation. We finished going through all the back issues. If we discount the areas we know Poo-Poo to have visited, it turns out there was only one other sighting of a flying saucer, in Garlemald. The account itself was sent to me by an Imperial soldier named Numerius, who appears to be a loyal fan of the truth. All the way from the Empire, your publication has an impressively wide readership. Our audience has always been universal. After all, the desire to know the unknown transcends all borders and creeds. The saucer was spotted during the Imperial War of Succession. Beyond that, there were no meaningful details. Then we must visit this soldier fellow in Garlemald, and wring from him the entire tale. I agree. This is our only lead, and we've no choice but to follow up on it. To Camp Broken Glass. Is it just me, or is Delian finally starting to spout less nonsense? To Camp Broken Glass, I guess. Don't tell me we need to go to Tertium as well. Oh, it never gets any warmer here, does it? That's good. Everyone present and accounted for? We appear to be missing Master Delian. My apologies, but I had a hunch that I thought might save us some time. I spoke with some contingent officers. You see, and our Numerius is on the roster of Allied Imperial troops. Well, that does certainly make things easier. Were they able to point you in the direction of this Numerius chap's posting? Yes, Numerius is currently with his unit organizing the supply dump at Forum Patex. We should head over there and hope you can spare a few moments to talk. The chill seeps right into your bones. Why are we all not shivering in that unseasonal attire? Oh, a Manderville man on a mission that feels neither heat nor cold. But I'm not sure how one's frame of mind can overcome the reality of frostbite. But then again, reality always seems relative around the Mandervilles. Hello, is there any Marius here? I am Delian, editor-in-chief of the Favnarian Troop. Come to follow up on your eyewitness account. The editor-in-chief himself. What an honor. I wish there was more to the story, but everything I know was in my submission. I have not left to tell. Unless you have something else to share. Didn't you say you saw the saucer as well? Oh, I did more than just see it. This was around the time when the fighting with Nervous faction had escalated into all-out war. You understand? I had been assigned to an anti-aircraft cannon and was actively surveying for enemies when this silver vessel flew into view. Some kind of new war machina, I presumed, so I opened fire and knocked it out of the sky. Presumed? You mean you never even got a look at the wreckage? We were at war. I wasn't about to venture into the battlefield to indulge my curiosity. Probably still out there, somewhere. We have to find that flying, or should I say fallen, silvery saucer. Do you have any idea of where it crashed? Not an exact location, no. Then we'd best have the gods' own luck. Garlemald's capital region encompasses moms and moms of icy wilderness. If I may, do you happen to have the approximate speed and bearing of the saucer? And the position and firing angle of the cannon? More or less, I think a naturalist without a head for numbers wouldn't be long for the profession. That should be sufficient. Thank you. And so he does the math. Eureka. I have it. The starship impacted the Earth 1,360 yalms to the northeast of our current location. Give or take a few yalms. How in the heaven house did you arrive at that conclusion? Elementary algebra, my dear Delian. Assuming the craft belonging to Master Poo-Poo's comrade is of similar construction, determining its trajectory is trivial. Aha! My brilliant clone, ladies and gentlemen, is about to offer the self-same conclusion, but once again he has beaten me to the punch. Hooray for Inspector Brandyhild! I seem to have stolen my progenitor's thunder. My apologies. 1,360 or so yalms to the northeast of it. That increases our chance of search from near hopeless to rather hopeful. Let's go and find this fallen saucer, shall we? Da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun. Oh, we have an unknown adversary. We have another unknown adversary. That's the only time they really use that. 1,000 fingers. Oh, all the way at the... Of course, it's all the way on the opposite side of the map. Could have gone for Tertium, but I'm on the move now, so why not just stick to it? Archibald hot soup, blazing half. Oh, she is tired. A pot half buried in the snow. Nothing alien to speak of. But to always have such precise coordinates when hunting otherworldly phenomena. Oh, such an invigorating climate. Oh no, we're gonna get another dose of Mandervilles. Wherever could it be? Ah, tut tut, silence please. I must still my mind and quest the field with my senses. Had someone thought to record the wind speed and direction, I'm going to calculate the crash site to the nearest element instead. Although promising at first glance, a closer inspection reveals this debris to be the wreckage of some vanquished war machina. A scorched and twisted scrap of metal plating. A starship's like poo-poos could well have been reduced to a similar state when hit by artillery rounds. Oh, what have you found there, Kinesi? An exterior panel. This is from my friend's starship, I am sure of it. Debris from the crash landing. See no other pieces in the immediate vicinity, which means the vessel may have weathered the barrage and made good its escape. Another possibility is that your comrade recovered most of the wreckage. Or as some as yet unknown party did. And you're saying someone may have made off with our cosmic visitor, saucer and all. I said this is an altogether kind of alien abduction. Has anyone seen Nashu? That you mention it, where is my loyal assistant? You have to help! My beloved Miss Nashu has been kidnapped! Some lad claiming to be an agent of Dr. Luget came and took her away. He told me to tell you, and I quote, if you want your precious companion returned alive, then Kinesi must present herself at the Tower of Babel. Specifically the Magitech Servicing Facility. Don't forget that part. The gall! The temerity! The audacity! My stalwart aide spirited away under my very nose. My apologies, but who are you? Close acquaintance of Nashu, I assume. Pardon me? No, I wish. I'm going to be passing through this snowfield. I'm a snowflake inspector, you see. No two alike and all that. Anyway, enough about me. You need to go and save Miss Nashu. Last, a chance to stretch my legs. What say you, my son? Shall we get this rescue mission underway? Indeed we shall. They left without us. Even though this doctor fellow asked for you by name. Curious. I mean, I beat him to scrap in the tower. Oh, yeah. Delian? Another abduction. And yet all I can do is wonder who that odd young man was. And why he smelled so strongly of cheese. Forget the missing starship for now. Nashu is in imminent danger. I have collected what evidence remained of the crash, but this mystery will have to wait. The case of the abducted assistant called. Oh, great. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Babel. All shall fall before Suprelue. Okay. With this new and improved body, revenge will finally be mine. How many missiles? Yes. You will release Nashu this instant. What are you two doing here? I specifically asked for the adventurer. Be gone before I unleash my fury prematurely. Oh, this promises to be a proper battle. I see no reason to trouble Kinesi. We tackle this man as his father and son, as the Mandervilles men, together. Agreed. Bah! I will not waste my appetite for vengeance on side dishes. Hired thugs, time to earn your pay. Oh, a little warm-up before the main event. Get them! Do I play as Godbert or do I play as Hildibrand? I play as Godbert. In the coming battle, you will play as Godbert. The lackers of unlacking, come out and face your fate. Insolent worms, the sun will be the first to die. You survived my missile. Then enjoy some leftover war machina. An amusing diversion, but you'll need to do better than that. So what? My warbucking. Corresponding for reasonable means. Unreasonable means are called for. Stand back, Hildibrand. Let your old man handle this. Ready? The Mandervilles sidestep. How? And I was just getting started. You stopped them all by sidestepping. Very well. It seems I must crush you myself. Finally decided to take us seriously, have you? You've hurt my heart. Mother hits harder than that. The hardness of these Mandervilles, it's unnatural. Game here. Is he enjoying this? You aggravating vermin! My plans are in ruin! You forced my hand. I'll bring this place down on your heads. Doctor leaves himself wide open. Let us seize the advantage. Limit break. Limit break. Now's our chance. The Mandervilles men! Victorious again! My little generational bonding overdrive! This is the most just comedic. Ah, yes. Well, things seem to be well in hand. Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't get ahead of yourself. There you are, my loathsome nemesis. I saved something special, just for you. The nose beam. Calculating. A goblin. Look out! No, Godbert! No! Nashu! That was a lovely nap. Oh, did someone build a magic servicing facility while I was asleep? Nicely done, Inspector Brandyhill. Once more, the clone has put the original to shame. Inspector, please. I am but a pale imitation of your ideal. Ha! I knew keeping company with the famous Kinesi would lead me to a worthy challenge. Worthy of breaking a sweat at least. You've done all the work for me. It was rude of us not to share a slice of the action. Yet even vaunted champions such as yourself must rest their bodies and otherwise rise to the occasion from time to time. Let us rise to the occasion from time to time. The villain is vanquished and Nashu is returned to us safe and sound. I dare say we can head back to Razathan to regroup and rethink our position. Your comrade yet lives, Master Poo-Poo. I am certain of it. Take heart, and let us continue the search. I don't know what I would have done had Miss Nashu been harmed. Clearly I need to track her comings and goings even more closely. I remember standing in the snow and dreaming of being warm, then suddenly I wasn't cold anymore. Isn't that odd? Maybe I should fall asleep in uncomfortable places more often. I'm gonna hold on the ad break for a moment. Garlemore and back we have journeyed. Yet this is just the beginning of the case of the silent correspondent. Come, my friends. The shard of saucer we secured shall lead us onwards to new discoveries. Wait for me, Inspector! I don't know which way is onwards. I should follow him, shouldn't I? Wait for me! Final word from yours truly, if I may. The complexity of Hildibrand's techniques had me flummoxed, I confess. But I do believe this recent spot of exertion has provided just the inspiration I required. When you are ready to proceed with our endeavour, pray drop a word in Master Geralt's ear. I shall make myself available forthwith. Until our next meeting. Until our next meeting. Thank you for assisting with my investigations. Once again, our travels were rife with inexplicable phenomena, and yet I am no close to exposing Poo-Poo's well-concealed conspiracy. He will slip up one day, no? And you and I will be there to catch him. I'm not going to continue the next tier of the Mandervilles weapons, since I literally do not have the materials. Meanwhile, somewhere in Favner, yeah. Is that a disguise? It's a disguise. Or is it a reveal? You took my coin and you failed. What audacity that you should return. Take my largesse once more. I deserve your scorn, but I promise you, your plans are in danger so long as my tenacious pest yet lives. I know a path to victory, a forbidden path, one which demands the manifestation of the divine. You have my attention. Friends with technology. It's a tragedy. Enough fun with a tank. At least I am not involved in that in those shenanigans. I'm glad I'm not involved in the credits shenanigans. Wait. Ah. I'll load the next one. I'll do the next one after the ads. If you want a break from the ads. Oh wait, there's. Found one of our Benois. Oh. Alright, I must away. A case is calling. Crazy, eager to resume our investigations. I know I am. We recall that scrap of alien starship we recovered. Our Inspector Brandyhill has employed his unsettling calculative capacity to extrapolate the damage to the greater whole. And he has concluded that the vessel would be incapable of flight without extensive repairs. So our most likely scenario, then, is that some unknown agent made off with the starship wreckage along with Poopa's acquaintance. Fortunately, I have a fair idea of who that unknown agent might be, after all. There's a singularly shadowy cabal of the history of concealing extraterrestrial activity. Actually, let's head over to Karma first. The Inspector and the others are staying in a dwelling there, and I'd rather not explain myself twice. Dang it, Ron Paul. I'm so worried for Master Poo-Poo. This may not be the best time to share my conclusions. or wild accusations. A most terrible development. Tis horrible misfortune, Kinesi. Calamitous even. Poor Master Poo-Poo has fallen gravely ill. So bluish green. More so, I mean. But you've caught a cold. Suppose it was quite chilly up there in Garlemald. Poo-Poo is an alien. Who knows what extraterrestrial diseases might be ravaging his body? Nauseous delights are the best medicine for whatever ails you, as the inspector himself can attest. Good God, Nashu, you'll blow our host Thomas out to pieces! Put them away! If I may, when I was cloned from the inspector, certain gaps in my knowledge were patched with supplementary data from the starship's archives. This information included encyclopedic understanding of Master Poo-Poo's physiology, which should be sufficient for me to diagnose his condition. A Xeno-Man hybrid mind. It explains the impossible calculations. The Big Fink. I have it. Master Poo-Poo is afflicted with by a terrible case of the common cold. God's grant me strength. He is a visit to Eferis. Master Poo-Poo has no prior exposure to our maladies. He is thus particularly susceptible to infection, and more likely to experience severe symptoms. Aha! It is just as I surmised. We must put aside the case until we have nursed our stricken companion back to health. But even if it's a common cold, isn't there a risk that our medicines do him more harm than good? They almost certainly would. Based on the results of my analysis, however, I believe I can synthesize an effective remedy. We need but gather the ingredients. Then ingredients you shall have. So, what are we gathering exactly? More than what most of what we require can be drawn from Master Poo-Poo's collected samples. Otherwise, there are only two which we lack. The first of which is the liver of a giant tortoise. A suitable organ can be extracted from one of the Gachapa which wander Saltwind's welcome. The slaughtering of a monstrous opponent. That sounds like a job for Kinesi. The other material I'm hoping for is a rare fungus known as damp shroom, which I'm hoping can be found among the Great Work's extensive stock of alchemical reagents. Very well, Nashu, Delian and I will scour the alchemist's shelves. Meanwhile, I would ask that you remain here and keep an eye on our ailing patient. Inspector Brandyhill, you're such an expert on all things Favner. Oh, I wouldn't say expert. Simple conclusions from simple observations, nothing more. As I said, I am hoping the alchemists have the damp shroom we need, but it really is quite rare. Once you have the tortoise liver, would you be so kind as to assist the others in procuring the fungus? Let us not prolong Master Poo-Poo's suffering a moment longer. It seems we have a job to do. Further discussion of the induction will have to wait. Obtaining a cachapa's liver should prove no great obstacle to one of your capabilities, Kinesi. It's the damp shroom which concerns me. I'm teleporting to Yedlimad, which is the closest Aetheryte. Now to smack the chopper. Easy. Who knew a lamp shroom would be so difficult to find? A damp shroom. Our mission was successful. Your mission was successful, I assume. Ours is ongoing. Kinesi, I had every confidence you would bring us a suitable liver. Alas, the dank shroom still yet eludes us. The alchemist said the fungus has few applications, so they don't bother to stock it most of the time. I put my most keen inspector sense to work. And had now put my keen inspector sense to work. Stand back whilst I attuned myself with the scent or the essence of the dank. Damp. The word is damp shroom, and you'll forgive me if I have no faith in your abilities. It's close, my friends. I'm getting closer and closer, even as we speak. I hear you folk are in the market for damp shrooms. I might have some to sell if you're interested. But how? We certainly are, my fine fellow. Right then. If you'll give me a moment to retrieve the goods, we can finalize our transaction on the perfumed rise. Crap. It's an ambush. Was it genuine clairvoyance or sheer coincidence? I am not sure anymore. Though in all fairness, when it comes to Inspector Hildibrand, preternatural perception is one of his least baffling talents. In any case, we should hurry to the rise and pick this man up on his timely offer. There's the creep again. Stands to there again. I wonder, does this not strike you as a touch convenient, if not contrived? Our quest for medicinal components nears its end. Stay strong, Master Pupil. Ah, you're here. Good, good. And here's the damp shroom, as promised. Oh, glad we are for your assistance. Not so fast. There's still the matter of payment. Of course. And how much do we owe you, my good man? Considering the extreme rarity of the fungus in question, I couldn't let it go for less than 1 million gil. 1 million gil for one measly mushroom? That's outright robbery. I bargain, I counter. You would pay tenfold my price in the market. I thought to do you a kindness in light of your urgent need. But I am more willing to find a buyer if you wish to spit upon my... I'm more than willing to find another buyer if you wish to spit upon my generosity. Nashu, how fare we for coin? We're plumb out, Inspector. I have a mill, but yeah. No, this is a prickly pickle. Where are we to obtain sufficient funds at such short notice? Huh? Ah, yes, the joke. There's a previous one where you had a gambling problem. I have an orchestrion roll collecting problem. Gotta buy them all. Spend the last of my savings on Return to Oblivion. If that's the way of it, I shall beg father for the necessary amount. Then Master Poo-Poo's life is worth every gil. Give that man nothing. Give that man nothing. Oh, look at that, the radiant host. We have you now, deceitful scum. Your swindling days are over. Radzat Han City Guard, at your service. We'd received reports of this man's questionable activities and had been keeping a close eye on him ever since. Oops, skipped the line. Damn shrooms are rare find in a bazaar, to be sure, but only because there's no real demand for it. The price this charlatan quoted you was, quite frankly, ludicrous. But thanks to your ignorance and poor judge of character, we were able to catch him in the act. As a token of our gratitude, you are welcome to keep the fungus, assuming you still want it. Yes, very much so. That is very magnanimous of you. Magnanimous of you. Bah! You think I enjoy tricking fools out of their coin? If Bassett hadn't declared my job redundant, I wouldn't have needed to stoop so low. He blames a rising star among the merchant princes for his woes. Vanudi, I believe his name was, purchased the trading consortium where the man was working. It led to a restructuring of the hierarchy. Put a lot of people out of work. Vanudi, I know that name. Something about an acquisitions deal gone sour. Father was willing to sell him a slice of his harnish enterprise. But balked when the man offered to buy our family business in its entirety. Surely there's no secret, no telling how deep the coffers of this Vanudi are. Nor do any know the secret of how he amassed such a kingly wealth so damnably fast. There are whispers, though, that he's solved alchemy's oldest and most legendary of problems. Transmutation of base metal into gold. Unlikely to say the least. Whatever the source of Vanudi's riches, he shows no reluctance in spending them. He's bought a historic temple to serve as his home, and commissioned a private airship, among other extravagant expenditures. Nice for some, eh? all, that swindling case has barely started before you solved it, Inspector. Haha, all in a day's work, my dear Nashu. I believe our business upon this scented hill is concluded. Let us hurry the ingredients back to Inspector Brandyhill, shall we? I may have mollified his lordship with the secrets of divine manifestation, but the stench of failure yet clings to me. I must redeem myself in his eyes by crushing my most hated foe. Oh, you. Got to be joking me. Come on. Inspector Brandyhill's remedy fails. We can always try my explosive cure-all. Your suffering nears its end, Master Poo-Poo. After all that, we paid not a single gil for the damp shroom. The manifestation of such windfalls must be another facet of the Inspector's uncannily good fortune. Inspector Hildibrand tells me you have the liver to go along with his damp shroom. A fine specimen, thank you. I'll be mixing the ingredients in the starship. So let us convey Master Poo-Poo outside that we may administer his medicine as soon as it is ready. This should be sufficiently remote. I'll have the craft come to us and we can commence the treatment. Oh, I feel so much better. I cannot thank you all enough. Master Poo-Poo recovered his strength in mere moments. It would seem his powers of recuperation are just as advanced as his technology. I came here from another world. Stranger, you've no cause to trust, and yet you've treated me so kindly. The people of this star are so very welcoming. You are our dear friend now, Master Poo-Poo. It is our pleasure to help. And it will be my pleasure to harm. Calculating. Calculating. I will not fall for the same trick twice. Mandervilles! Charging. Goblin time. Impudent worms. Taste my full power. Alley-oop. Ah, yes. Monster toss. Bingo. Nap. Not again. You took the full force of that destructive beam, and yet here you stand, somewhat singed but apparently unharmed. I pondered and puzzled over the inexplicable fortitude of yours. I feel compelled to ask, are you an alien? A fine jest, but I assure you, I am without a doubt Nordan-born Manderville of terrestrial Huron stock. He's Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry and Inspector Extraordinaire. What more do you need to know? Trust me, he is... Where to even begin? But never mind, we have more pressing matters. matters. Such as locating Master Poo-Poo's missing comrade. It's time we reopened the case of the silent correspondent. Yes, exactly. I have a firm theory as to who it was that took the wreckage and its erstwhile pilot. What crackpot theory you got, Dillian? The Sharlians! I'm all but certain they've allied with insidious extraterrestrials, which means they'll be under orders to remove any evidence of alien activity. I'll wager that we'll find what we're looking for in Old Sharlian. We need only infiltrate their operations and expose this nefarious conspiracy. Trust me, they'd sooner flee to start an attempt to subjugate it. While Master Delian's theory does lack supporting facts, we have no other promising leads to pursue at present. Moreover, I understand that Sharlian sets the standard for monitoring astronomical and astrological phenomena. Mayhap their experts have been tracking extraterrestrial movements. I've spoken out of turn. Pray forgive my presumptuousness. Nay, my friend, I too sent up half points to the Isle of Archons. Pack your bags, everyone. We leave for Sharlian immediately. I literally cannot agree on what voice I should give Hildibrand, huh? By agents unknown. Nashu? Nice teamwork, Kennedy. The time has come, Kennedy. Sharlian is the beating heart of this conspiracy, and I won't let them hide their machinations any longer. Not from around here. Hildibrand is keen to embark on the next leg of your investigation. Sharlian awaits. We need only a suitable sea vessel. Of course, does not the city lie many days' sail to the north? Is there no swifter means of reaching our destination? Though this experimental Aetheroid allows us to teleport thither even absent attunement. Splendid, then we shall avail ourselves of the technological marvel forthwith. To Sharlian, I guess. Another 1k gil down the drain. Save me. Oh, you poor sod. He's an Eva sickness. I hope Delian wasn't too attached to his dinner. Oh, when you've traveled the cosmos as much as I have, teleportation is not the least bit disconcerting. How severe is your Eva sickness, Master Poo-Poo? So this is the city of learning. A sophisticated gentleman should feel right at home here. How are you all not sick to your stomachs? Experimental Aetherites make travel exponentially more fun. Sometimes it feels I am the only normal person in this group of eccentrics. Oh, now, not the best time. Now's not the time to succumb to nausea. Not here in the belly of the beast. Rumor has it the Sharlians' secret agents travel to Star in search of specimens, which they collect and bring home in service to a confidential research project. That project is conducted in a huge underground facility. If we're to find answers, that's where we need to look. Labyrinthos, not a military facility. I say, this Labyrinthos sounds promising. I say we head down there and make inquiries as to the whereabouts of our missing alien friend. We simply take a lift from the Hall of Artifice, yes? Then let's be on our way. Ethernet. The rostra. Yeah, French. So. What beautiful architecture! Charlian is clearly one of your more advanced civilizations. The city's archives are said to be bursting with knowledge countless peoples have accumulated over the centuries. I should very much like to peruse our shelves once we have attended to our main mission. No, thank you. I'm much recovered. Still feeling poorly? My all-purpose cue can perk you right up. Definitely not, Nashu. These must be the lifts in question. Do you wish to descend into Labyrinthos, madam? Apologies, but each of your companions must also secure the proper permissions before we can allow them entrance. If it's assurances that you need, then surely a single glance is all you require to judge us trustworthy. We could certainly make some judgments, but that's neither here nor there. Admission to Labyrinthos is subject to foreign policy. You're the ones who should be judged. I know you're hiding aliens and xenotechnology in that underground base of yours. Admit it. Xenotechnology? I sincerely have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, yet again do our paths cross in the most serendipitous fashion. Not bad! Lord Mandervilles. Father, what business brings you to Charlian? I'm in search of a certain object, one crucial to the continued refinement of the Manderville weaponry. My investigations lead me to believe it's to be found here in Labyrinthos. And as you also seem to have business down below, this is my son and his bosom companions. If I vouch for their character, will you kindly allow them to board the lift? Master Godbert Manderville, the Forum sent word of your impending arrival. As a member of the Syndicate, your ambassadorial status affords you an entourage of up to 5 members. Pray consider their permissions arranged. 5 members? Yep, that's correct. I already have permission from prior encounters with the Forum. I know not your current mission, but for the time being, I suggest you accompany me to the Archeon. No. For once, the stalker gets barred at the door. Thank you, Charlian bureaucracy. Ba, 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 ba. Archive was such extravagant recreation of an outdoor habitat. What innocent purpose could it possibly serve? Of course, they're performing simulations to hone their strategy for combining the aliens in their invasion of the world above. We're underground, but above ground at the same time. What an incredible vault of accumulated curiosities. I should very much like to return here once our mission is complete. Ah, they have transformed this subterranean environment into one more suited for the surface beings. I am reminded of the orbital stations built by my own home star. The alien structures are truly are works of art, simply inspiring. From what Father tells me, this storage facility is replete with samples and specimens collected from every land on Eferus. If anyone has transformation concerning visiting aliens and crashed starships, it will be these studious folk. Delian, let the more civilized among us handle this. A shiny silver saucer. Sorry, we have no record of any object in our archives, either whole or in part. Though you would have us believe, but the purpose of this complex, this military fortress, is plain. You cannot deny you are conducting secret research on alien starships. We're not conducting secret research on alien starships. Yes, we did build a star-sharing vessel in Parmesan, but that was neither for military purposes or of extraterrestrial origin. Disguising your foul lies with a sprinkling of the truth, are we? Fine, I'll dig up the facts myself. Then everyone will hear what you're really up to. While I cannot assist you with your missing craft, I do recall seeing an individual of like appearance to your companion here. You do? And where was this, pray tell? At Mario Ergonomics in the medial circuit. The lift at the back of the building will take you down there. Many thanks, my good man. Well, it seems you've found yourselves a solid lead. I have my own search to attend to, and so I shall bid you good hunting and good day. I love it. Yeah, Godbert Mandervilles. Great man. Another round of in-depth inquiries by the Agent of Inquiry and friends is in order. To Mario Ergonomics we go. Delian. Poor misguided Delian. What fine and juicy looking grapes. They're not quite square, but not quite round either. Mark my words, I'll find the evidence I require. They can't hide all traces of their alien alliance. You really are just stuck in your ways, aren't you? Your description would lead me to believe you're looking for one of Mandervilles hereabouts. But if, as you say, it's something else you're after, then I'm not sure I can be of much help. I've only just started working here, so you may have more luck asking the older hands. Oh, I just realized there's a lookout there. Boom. Ah, you must be talking about one of those new Mandragora strains. We whipped up a batch of bright blue stray onions, but I'm afraid they started to rot almost immediately. Not a mandra, you say? Well, the only other bluish things I could think of around here are the grapes. Look how luscious this crop turned out. Jepka is not the one I need. If I may, have you perchance come across an individual resembling this delightful blue ragamuffin here? Actually, now that you mention it, how could anyone ever mistake me for a mandragora? We look nothing alike. What's up, people who's found a new friend? Maybe they can help us find the old one. Yes, the little blue man. Saw him with my own 2 eyes, I did, and it was no mandragora. A gleaner in the company of an outside visitor passed through a little while back. Nothing too unusual there, only this friend you described was scuttling along with them. I know not what purpose brought them to the farm, but whatever it was, they didn't tarry here long. Hildy? Wonderful! This corroborates the information I but moments ago skillfully squirreled out of this farmer. He claims to be an acquaintance of the gleaner in question. In fact, and we'll bring him to talk to us shortly. Let's round up the others. We should all be present to hear what revelations this professional collector has to share. You're the folk asking for about the little blue man, yes? Oh, and you brought someone who's practically identical. You must be the same species, surely. My friend really was really here then? Certainly were. If you have a moment or free, I'll tell you the whole tale. At the beginning, I was in XIV there on a procurement mission when I crossed paths with an apothecary and his unusual companion. As I mentioned, the companion was almost her twin in appearance, and the wagon they rode upon bore a damaged vessel the likes of which I'd never seen before. Could it be? As a collector by trade, I have certain weakness for oddities. Thus did I hail the apothecary to inquire after his company and his cargo. The man was only too happy to share his story. He had, it seemed, quite recklessly plunged into the war-torn lands of Garlemald to sell his wares, reasoning that where there was conflict, there would be a need for medicinal goods. The state of affairs was rather more volatile than he had anticipated, however, so he was soon forced to abandon his venture, and so the apothecary began his long trek home, only to shortly thereafter discover a strange silvery ship, and its shaken pilot crash-landed in a snowfield. It cannot be a coincidence. The story continues. After extricating the battered vessel and its occupant from the snow, he brought them home to Radz-at-Han. His guest wished to make repairs to the craft, yet even amongst the wonders of the bazaar, they struggled to find suitable parts. Hearing this, they suggested to bring the wreckage itself to Labyrinthos, and after they agreed to the idea, I escorted them here myself. Alas, even the Parmesan engineers who worked on the Ark were stymied by the exotic ship, finding its technology impossible to comprehend, let alone replicate. The little blue fellow eventually resorted to drafting schematics. While the engineers followed these step by step to craft the essential bits and bobs, the apothecary and his companion were waiting here at Mariel. And then what happened? Well, once our industrious visitor had what they needed, they repaired the vessel in a twinkling. Repaired and departed almost immediately, and I've seen neither hide nor hair from them since. I'm told the apothecary paid a handsome sum for the engineer's services, but being typical Sharlayans, I wager they would have happily forfeited a coin for a chance to pore over every square ilm of that ship. Now, I'm no scientist, but I'm beginning to think such an incredible vessel must have been some kind of starfaring craft. And that little blue man, well, must have been an alien from another world. Or so I'd like to believe. I'm an avid reader of the Favnarian truth, you see, and I'd love to entertain these idle flights of fancy. I've rambled on too long. There are errands to attend to, and I really must take my leave. Good fortune to you. So yes, Very true. I have a readership in Charlian. Perhaps I've misjudged these people. Would steam your comrade is hale and healthy, Master Pupil, and in the company of a Harnish alchemist of undisclosed description. Yes, this is wonderful news. I am grateful indeed that we made the journey. I have a feeling this case will soon draw to a close. Come, let us return to Radz at Hand and continue the search. Expensive. Welcome to Radz at Hand. It's a relief to see Miss Nashu's hale and whole and still fetching. I wasn't able to sneak into Labyrinthos, so I couldn't watch over her like usual. I'm here for her now and forever. There and back again in the blink of an eye. To summarize our findings, we now know Master Pupil's friend is safe and in the company of a Harnish gentleman. And possibly here on this very isle. Oh wait, that's Hildibrand. To summarize our findings, we now know Master Pupil's friend is safe and in the company of a Harnish gentleman. And possibly here on this very isle. Oh, that does sound promising. Father, you've returned to the city. I trust this means your own investigation was successful. And it was, although laying hands on the object of my desire has been a long and frustrating ordeal, to say the least. Much painstaking research revealed to me that the existence of a hereditary Manderville relic, within which slumbers the secrets of weapon augmentation. Yet, though I turned our ancestral home upside down, I failed to unearth the artifact in question. The reason for its absence became clear when I chanced upon the journal of one of our forefathers. He wrote of a visiting scholar's keen interest in the relic, and how he thus surrendered it into Charlian's safekeeping for study. The trail led me to Labyrinthos. As it turns out, the Charlians never did find time to conduct their analysis. The custodian and I found a curio tucked away in a dusty corner of the Archaeon, still awaiting processing. Here it is. An oddity every bit as perplexing as Godbrand's cipher-bound manual. How are we to liberate its hidden wisdom? Oh. I can help you with that. These devices were made by the Mandervilles, a starfaring race with whom we once traded. Starfaring? Mandervilles? Yes. A highly evolved species with a mastery of advanced technologies. Our peoples shared ideas and inventions. I'm quite familiar with your family's relic. If you so wish, I can have the device project whatever images were stored upon it. A darkened room would afford us the clearest view, however. Then let us retire to our rooms in Kama and dim the lanterns. We must behold these secrets in optimal conditions. Mandervilles. Coincidental naming, or is there some deeper connection? Everyone comfortable? Let us see what this device has for us. There we go. I am Godbrand, wanderer of stars and weaponsmith extraordinaire. First Lord of House Manderville. This is the Godbrand? Our founding father? I record this message that my descendants may know the truth of their cosmic origins. Tale is long, and I bid you watch until the very end. Heirs of mine, I am not a man born of this star, or even a man at all. I am of the Mandervilles, a race which hails from the far side of the great expanse. Oh, perfect. Mandervilles are parasitic symbionts. We can only survive by bonding with other life forms. Then our essence has taken root. Once our essence has taken root, we supplant the host's mind and strengthen its physical structures, imbuing our new form of a steel-like resilience. Knew there was something alien about that impossible impervious. And through conjoining of compatible host bodies, we produce offspring which harbor the next generation of Mandervilles. This symbiotic variant eventually takes to the stars instead of potential new vessels, adapting and multiplying. How it was that our race proliferated and spread throughout the cosmos. Until tragically, our flourishing civilization was brought to an abrupt end. Okay, that was an alarm. Every planet upon which we Mandervillians resided was visited by an inexplicable calamity. Our societies were brought to ruin, our life was suddenly twisted into horrific nightmares. The final days. That sounds rather familiar. Even stars far removed in time and space were ravaged by the final days. Desperate to avoid the same fate, a comrade and I boarded a ship and fled upwards into the starry night. We flew and flew until we found a planet, your planet, untouched by the phenomenon. The rigors of the journey had so damaged our craft that we were forced to make an uncontrolled descent. I alone crawled from the wreckage, badly injured and near death, even as I resigned myself to perishing on this unfamiliar world. I was found by a man who had come looking for the falling star. As a rule, Mandervillians do not take intelligent life forms for hosts. After hearing my story, however, this sympathetic gentleman offered to become my vessel of his own accord. He was himself afflicted by an incurable malady, and with little time left to live, seemed content to know that his ailing body could provide safe haven for another. With his blessing, I set about transferring my essence. The man's form was revitalized and purged of its fatal frailty. Yet the mind which dwelt within was now my own. I went on to build a new home for myself, making use of my people's technology to ply the blacksmith's trade. I wed a local lass, and together we had a child. Do not cure Mandervilles, and our offspring exhibits the same enhanced physiology. A boon I suspect shall be passed down for generations through the bloodline of House Manderville. My dear descendants, folk of this star are most fragile. Yet as the first man I encountered to demonstrate, they are nevertheless capable of surpassing love and generosity. Well, that's a coincidence. As the last of the Mandervillians, I have but one request to make of you. Pray employ your superlative attributes, add my armory of Manderville armaments, for the benefit of those wonderful peoples whom I hold in the highest regard. The Manderville dance was, in fact, the only reason it's so strange is... What an astounding development. Sound indicates... Yup. I, Hildibrand, Helidor Maximilian Manderville, shall heed the passionate plea of my illustrious forebear. No case is too big nor too small should it be in service to my fellow man. He learns he's descended from an extraterrestrial being and it's still business as usual. Wait a minute, then why is Lady Gillian so monstrously strong? Is she a descendant of aliens too? Surely the... Well, this is most unexpected. Never did it cross my mind that our esteemed ancestor might hail from beyond the heavens. But I do wonder if that self-same blood still runs thick in our veins. The family tree I glanced over some years ago suggests that... but it is unimportant. My present purpose remains unchanged. I will bring our Manderville weaponry to the peak of perfection, for Godbrand, and for the good of our star. Before I forget, I have a gift for you, Knizzzy. Pray await me at the XIV Plaza and I shall bring it to you forthwith. Well, who would have guessed? Delian? Some truths can shatter the foundations of our beliefs when brought to light. But I have to say, this wasn't one of them. The more staggering discovery was that I have devoted readers in Charlian. Those who perused my publication are allies against the ever-expanding webs of lies and deception, without exception. I have misjudged the Charlian people. They are not collaborators or the agents of conspiracy. They are seekers of knowledge and afraid to plumb the depths of the unknown. Master Poo-Poo, though, that one still has ulterior motives. Bet my life on it. Stand ready, for we shall have need of your strength when he shows his true colors. I hope you've not been waiting long. This is the gift I mentioned. Master Poo-Poo's earnest quest inspired me to indulge in a spot of clockwork craftsmanship between weaponsmithing sessions. I thought it only fitting that you be the one to care for this diminutive simulacrum. Consider it a memento of your adventures together. As for our Manderville weaponry project, your assistance is still very much welcome whensoever you can spare the time. Until then, my dear Knighty. And I have to press the ad break button again. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Favner. Wait, what? Lord Vanudi, I come with ill tidings. Professor Lugai set an ambush for his nemesis, but was once more defeated. His current whereabouts are unclear. That blithering dolt. Little dolt. They're building an army. No matter. Operations are well underway. The manifestation will proceed as planned. Building an army. An army of the same guy. Calamity, cosmically altered physiology. When the first attack ran, an ancestor of quality got caught by Mandervilles. Injured and that's all I still. Oh, hey, the projection actually works. Can be stranger than the tallest tale. Okay, now for the ads. They're long overdue. Gonna be doing a little run through. Now while we wait for the ads to finish. Duty finder. Be skipped. Okay, that's good. I'm just looking at how I can actually grab some. Okay, we are back from the ads. Which means it's time for us to go for the final part of the Manderville quest that we have available to us. Alright, that reminds me, I need to do that quest as well. Maybe a video. Maybe just be a video for that one. Saves me time to... Gives me the opportunity to just... save on time for recording. By just doing the TTS bits in post. Delian is ready to embark on his latest investigation of duplicity and duplication. Ah, Knazy, you're just in time to assist with my latest fact-finding expedition. Our recent foray into Charlene revealed that Popo's friend was in the company of a Harnish alchemist, yes? As such, I was inspired to do some preliminary legwork here in Favner. I contacted my usual sources for local sightings of alien phenomena, but alas, they had none to share. As I switched tactics and decided to track down this alchemist fellow instead. Surely, some will have heard of a tale of an apothecary bold enough to set up shop on a Guardian battlefield. The Inspector and the others have been pursuing a similar line of inquiry, yet have found no leads here in the city or at the Great Work. I believe they've moved their investigation to Yedlimat, so I suggest we hurry over and join them. I can't have that little blue man muddying the waters when so close to grasping his master plan. To Yedlimat we go. I know there's an edit to be made when we're on the YouTube side. And I can tell you where that edit would be. Hey, Ruh1. I would want to take one to Yedlimat, please. Ah, there's Brandyhild. This port town could be an excellent place to analyze global trading trends. Oh, my friend is an exceptional individual, capable of astounding feats that I could never... Okay, I need Nashu's line first. What else can you tell us about your long-lost comrade, Master Poo-Poo? Oh, my friend is an exceptional individual, capable of astounding feats that I could never accomplish without the help of my starship's equipment. There's the creep again. I see the two of you are eager as ever to observe my inspectorial genius at work. The long-term fans are often the most ardent. As a matter of fact, we are just about to continue our investigation into the alchemist we know to have been traveling with Master Poo-Poo's comrade. I mean to say, and that is to say, I am merely following in the inspector's wake. You needn't be so modest, my dear Inspector Brandyhild. It's wrong of me to comport myself as an equal to you, not in any respect, for I am but a copy, flawed one at that. Stuff and nonsense! Clone or not, self-deprecation is unbecoming in a Manderville man. Exactly. The things you can do are amazing. Like maths. Oh, I don't know about that. It was you who saved Knizi from certain doom, was it not? While not quite as alacrity as mine, your rapid reasoning is nevertheless quite effective. It's kind of you to accept me, rough edges and all. I only hope my meager contributions are of some small assistance. Too modest by half. I'd say his mental faculties far surpass those of the original. And that's enough chin-wagging amongst ourselves, I think. Let us spread out and learn what locals know of this adventurous apothecary. The Edlimad fisherman? Yes, I know the one you speak. A fellow fisherman told me of a friend of his, an apothecary, who set off to war-torn Garlemald to sell his medicine. A reckless fool, if you ask me. I have no interest in the affairs of such men. But you do you, I take it? If so, I suggest head to Usaki. You can hear the tale for yourself. Look for a red-haired lad there gathering shellfish. How fare your inquiries? Hildibrand, blocky man of quality. If I may, are you perchance acquainted with any reckless alchemists? Oh, Brandyhild is deep in thought. Perhaps if I emulated Inspector Hildibrand's cavalier attitude, I could be of greater use in our investigations. Inspector Brandyhild is possessed of a brilliant mind. If he were willing to work for the Favnarian truth, I'd employ him in a heartbeat. Do I know of any apothecaries? In Radzatan, of course, more than I can count. I have not heard tell of anyone peddling such goods in the heart of the Empire, though. Seems like a terrible idea to me, with what with civil war raging and the world almost ending. I know of many merchants who travel abroad to apply their wares, but none who have business in Garlemald. You'd have to be mad or desperate indeed to consider setting up shop in that troubled land. Ah, Kinesi, I was hoping your questioning has borne fresher fruit than mine. Oh, a good friend of the alchemist in question, you say? Then let us gather the troops and pay a visit to this fisherman. The story of my apothecary friend. Oh, you must be Baharasov. Well, I was near enough to calling it today anyway, so here's what I can tell you. Baharasov comes from a very poor family and, growing up, never had much in the way of money or possessions. I suppose those experiences are what led to his lifelong obsession with gaining wealth. Trying his hand at the succession of trades, he decided alchemy would earn him the most gil, but his stock never sold as well as he hoped. So when he heard of the internal strife in Garlemald, he saw it as a golden opportunity. Surely the middle of a war was the best place to sell medicine. More like the best place for near-death experience. He soon gave up on his Garlemald venture, while one would have expected him to return lamenting his ill fortune. Baharasov was practically euphoric when I saw him again. A God's-given blessing he had found in the snowfield had given him much cause to celebrate. He said he'd learned how to create gold. I must admit, I laughed at first. But then he showed me a gleaming mountain of the stuff. Enough to proclaim himself a merchant prince. He even changed his name to Vanudi, a word which brings to mind the bounty of the divine. The name I have heard. He's the rising star in the markets, is he not? The one snapping up commercial ventures left and right. Yes, Vanudi has certainly made his ambitions known here in Fafnir, especially when he attempted to purchase the entire port of Hildibrand. Dockmasters declined to sell, of course, but when it comes to buying historic landmarks, bottomless purse can open surprising doors. Last I heard, he'd converted the gilded Ayaya into a private abode, and has been filling it with rare treasure his gold can secure. He pays out particularly large sums for artworks depicting the goddess Asura. I remember him being a fervent worshipper of hers, even as a child. I never encountered much Manusha and Murgalwar in Radzatan, yet I can call no mention of this Asura. Well, it's hardly surprising. As a deity of war, she is not well loved by the common folk. Baharasov is different. He sees life as a constant battle to amass wealth, and is the Asura who he prays for victory. Damn me if she didn't, and damn me if she didn't listen. Once poor boy became merchant royalty, a man far too rich and important now to afford more than a fleeting moment for a simple fisherman. Even those who were once dear friends. If you'll excuse me, I really must leave it at that. The clams won't sell themselves, you know. How about that, eh? Our sought-after apothecary and the upstart merchant prince were one and the same. Might we assume the blessing he stumbled upon in Garlemald was a certain alien craft and its occupant? Sorry to intrude. Aren't you the hero who helped us when folk were turning into beast? Well, some nasty-looking creature just showed up outside town. One of our guards went to confront it, and I don't like her odds against that thing. It sounds like a case for Inspector Hildibrand. Come, friends, let us investigate forthwith. Oh, of course it's you. I thought you destroyed that monster. I have the situation under control, citizens. This individual bears a strong resemblance to a known fugitive, so I thought it prudent to investigate. Regrettably, he has proven less than forthcoming with answers. How many times must we teach you the same lesson, shiny skull man? Lesson? What are you on about? Cease this babbling and get out of my way. Lord Vanudi's orders are to cause trouble at the port, and I'm running behind schedule. Vanudi, the merchant who tried to buy Yedlimat. No, he put you up to this. Her says, how did you manage to deduce our dastardly plan? You just, you blurted it out. Silence! No one who learns of our scheme can be suffered to live. Prepare to be squashed, meddlesome worms! Good timing, Godbert. 3 more sinister skullmen. Was the doctor a quadruplet? Oh, there's Julian. Butter? Vexatious vermin. This will soften you up. Pass the pan! Bah! A lucky hit. Three, two, one, and... Uh-oh. Bounce off a Coblin. Hey. Everyone immediately runs off. Yeah. One last pitch. Bring it on. Hey, bada 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 bada. Yeah, bada 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 swing. Tough boy. A little heavy hitter special. unlimited heavy hitter special. That was my fastball. Now that's baseball. I've come to expect father's sudden appearances, but what brings you here, mother? Proposition from that merchant Vanudi, in fact, a matter of fact. I'm accompanying your dad as a manager of Manderville and Manderville, and we were just on our way to the bloke's mansion. I've already refused Master Vanudi's once before when he tried to buy out our commercial empire. This time, however, the deal concerns offloading a quantity of gold at wholesale prices. It's quite an attractive offer, considering fine jewelry is our stock in trade, and we thought to at least listen to his proposal. But if he would purposefully command his lackeys to disturb the peace of a public port, we can't do business with a thug like that. Absolutely not. Hey, we have a full party! Where did all those lackeys come from in the first place? Is there a hulking weaponized brute manufactory around here somewhere? Come on, we both know those spaceships are new guy factories of their own right. As I suspected, my ship's vaporization beam is configured to expunge only replicated matter. You can copy inorganic materials as well. How interesting. Once the matter duplication facility has analyzed an object's molecular structure, it can create a number of copies. Yet it cannot create matter from nothing. A requisite supply of ether must be on hand to facilitate the process. Oh, you do know a lot, Inspector Brandyhill, even alien starships. Well, it is no great achievement. As I've mentioned, the gaps in my knowledge were patched with data from the starship's own archives, which included the vessel's full schematics and functions. Assuming I understand this correctly, it is possible that Vanudi is using the repaired alien craft to replicate piles and piles of gold. We share the same suspicion, Master Delian. To my knowledge, no other method exists that can reliably produce precious metals. Of course, there's the obvious conclusion. That being the case, one might further assume that Vanudi is either threatening or deceiving Master Pupu's comrade in order to gain access to the vessel's superior technology. Of course, our course of action is clear. We march right up to this gold spawner's front door and demand the release of his extraterrestrial hostage. We need Dew Prism. Just kidding. That's too cruel. The Inspector's mother is as monstrously strong as the Manderville men. Except, that doesn't make any sense. All this talk of threats and deceit has me worried. I am given to understand that, while identical in appearance, the craft belonging to Master Pupu's comrade is equipped with more advanced technology. That was a smashing hit, Knazy. Good to see you, Knazy, and good to see you still keeping company with our darling boy. That blocky lad a new friend he is. Move off the edge and he'd be the spitting image of our Hildy. I was hesitant to put stock to the unsavory rumors I'd heard, but this unprovoked attack on the port would seem incontrovertible proof of Vanudi's villainy. We must confront this malicious merchant at once. If your heart's set on confrontation, then you may as well come with us. Vanudi's invitation included a private airship flight to his new estate. Aye, we still need to formally reject his deal anyways. And his pilot will be waiting. Let's take this Venuti to task and bring an end to, in this case, once and for all. Gentlemen at heart, Godbert is ready to lead you to Venuti's waiting pilot. Shall we be on our way? We are to meet Venuti's pilot atop the rise, just south of Ajaya's footsteps. Dress for the occasion. So be it. Lord Godbert, Lady Julian. And entourage. Pray excuse our presumptuousness. My son and his companions insisted they come along, desperate as they were to meet the illustrious Master Venuti. I see. One moment, if you please. Uh-oh. Lord Venuti should be glad to welcome you all to his home. Pray step aboard and I'll take you there directly. I don't like the look of these things. Most certainly not. Don't like the look of him. Welcome, honored guest, to my humble abode. I trust your view is to your liking. Since you traveled all the way from distant Uldar, a pleasant backdrop to our talks was the least I could provide. What an unexpected boon this is. I'd been debating when to extend you a personal invitation. Now you are here. Now you are here. Here you are, like a wish come true. Save your acts for the magistrates, Venuti. We know the secret of your ill-gotten gold. You will cease this exploitation of alien technology and release your hostage into the care of Master Pupu at once. Unraveled all my schemes, have you? Good. I needn't waste my breath on tedious explanations then. This is Master Pupu, I presume. I do have this fellow alien here with me, yes? As for exploiting their technology, I freely admit to duplicate a quite frankly obscene amount of gold. But that was merely the beginning. Imagine making copy after copy of the deadliest weapons in existence. Would not the world itself be yours for the taking? Let's get straight to the point. I want you at my side. With the vaunted warrior of light as the template for my clone army, we could conquer this and every other land in creation. I refuse. Categorically, never felt. A pity. And yet, I anticipated you would prove an impediment to my ascension. Yes, it seems the time has come to test Lugai's ritual of manifestation. All was prepared long in advance of your coming. This tower holds not only mundane treasure, but also caches of crystal. As for the requisite congregation of worship, I had but to clothe myself, after all. Who is more devoted to my cause and my goddess than me? Oh, come on, you're using... Divine Asura, take up thy blades and wage war upon mine earthly rival. Oh, God. Nay, Hildibrand, against the primal we may... Nay, Hildibrand, against the primal we may be both hindrance and help. We dare not remain within its sphere of influence. Best of luck, my friend. I must make a gentlemanly withdrawal. Get on the airship. Get out of range. Now! Okay, 1 minute. I'll run the ads now because that way I can have that squared away. Perfect timing. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, once in. Let's go. Oh, whoops. do have the job to quit. Instapop. Pop. Now we wait for the healer. Full party. Hildibrand, the Gilded Orion. Post Manush. Asura. And right on time.
I am Asura, and on battle I thrive. Have you the courage and strength to face me?
Yes.
Will you dodge, or will you bleed? The frail shall fall.
Passing jewel.
You've not time to blink.
Ephemerality.
Tremble before the might of the minutiae. Come forth, embodiment of carnage. Revel on the bloody field of war. The spirit of battle awakens. Sharp is the lesson. The weak shall perish. Hear the gleaming edge.
Iconic execution. Ow.
Unmerciful light shine upon you.
He mirrors every attack of a caster.
Behold the sixfold blade.
One, 2, 3, 4. Dang it, I miscalculated.
Fury be my strength. I will scatter your bones.
Yes, please.
Show me your steel.
I'll take the res.
of battle awakens. Unmerciful light shine upon you. Show me your steel. Hear the gleaming edge.
I'm glad.
Sharp is the lesson. Behold the six-fold blade.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Front. There and there. I have a yummy bones. I still
The
have a
face
bones.
of battle is ever changing. Joyful is your downfall.
The face of the light.
I will scatter your bones. Will you dodge or will you bleed? You've not time to blink. Show me your steel. The frail shall fall. The spirit of battle awakens. Unmerciful light shine upon you. Show me your steel.
Dead. So, down goes. I summon allies and then we absolutely melt a boss. Good show, Kinesi. Would seem you thoroughly trounced that pesky primal. And even as we speak, Mother and Father should be informing the Radiant host of that despicable Vanudi's wrongdoings. Dinosaur. Defeated. Turn the wheel, we flee for now. Who's flying the starship without my permission? That treasure is mine and mine alone. You called your vessel, Master Poo-Poo? No, I did not. It's my friend's ship. Uh-oh, lasers. At last, the moment of sweet reunion is at hand. I am relieved to see you safe. Likewise, my friend. But why did you open fire on the airship? Didn't that man help you after your crash? He did, at first. He pulled me from the wreckage and saw to it that my vessel was repaired. But in return, I replicated whatever trinket he desired, and taught him the basics of starship technology. But that resolved to be a terrible error in judgment. When I was infected by one of the star's unique pathogens, he took advantage of my weakened state. He seized my ship, flew me out to the jungle, and left me there to die. Then, slowly, agonizingly, I was able to synthesize a cure for my affliction, and then I came back to reclaim my property. This experience has led me to conclude that the dominant sentient life forms here are dull-witted, cruel, and entirely unsuited to peaceful cohabitation. We must launch a full-scale invasion. It's the only way to guarantee our survival. No, they're not at all like that. These ones have been nothing but kind to me. Oh yes, they're all smiles until they laser you in the back. We have to strike first before they show their true colors. The ship's reactor core has been breached. If it explodes, everyone in the vicinity will be atomized. And we're all in the vicinity. Think, damn it, think. If I'm to stop the explosion, I need to traverse a considerable distance to the starship, but I can conceive of no logical solution. Inspector Brandyhild, you must employ my father's mighty moves to propel me to the vessel. I too have calculated that Lord Gottwood's signature techniques are our only means of achieving sufficient propulsion. Yet there is a flaw in your proposal. I lack the strength to properly perform the throw, and I have no time to teach you the starship's controls. Inspector Hildibrand, it is you who must fling me. skyward as only a Mandervilles can. Uh-oh. I lost my grip. Aha! Given my trajectory and velocity, the correct shift in posture should generate enough lift and processional motion to... Yes, I can still make it. Boomerang! Boomerang. It's too late. The reactor's going critical. There's only one way to save the day. Inspector Brandy-Hild! Our time together was more than any defective clone could ask for. Be well, my friends. Is case closed for Inspector Brandy-Hild? Nay, my loyal assistant. As a chip of the old gentleman, our dear Brandy-Hild has surely survived to tell the tale. We shall see him again. Mark my words. You rescued me. Even though I tried to incinerate you with high-intensity plasma blasts. Even at the cost of one of your own. If only I could make amends to earn your forgiveness, but alas. There is naught to forgive. With his blocky constitution, Inspector Hildibrand will be just fine, I assure you. As a friend of Masapupu, you are a friend of ours. And what are a few minor plasma burns among friends, eh? Our home planet was lost to the phenomenon you call the final days. We survived only because we were away exploring the cosmos at the time. Our explorations, which had heretofore served no purpose but curiosity, shifted to a search for safe haven. We visited countless stars, but all had succumbed to the same insidious ruin as our own. Growing desperate, we decided to settle on any suitable refuge we could find. Whether it was populated or not, if the native beings were hospitable, we could live peacefully alongside them. If not, then we were prepared to claim a new home by force. So it was that I arrived at your miraculous planet. Lulled by the apparent absence of metaphysical chaos, I blundered into a mundane war zone. I was promptly shot out of the sky. The rest of you already know, having fallen behind during our search, I hurried here when my communication received no answer. I was there when I met you, Inspector Hildibrand. Though those touched by the despair of the final days are reduced to beasts, given our savage willingness to invade your star, it would seem that, in a sense, we fell prey to that despair after all. Fortunately, my encounter with you generous people brought me to my senses, an outcome for which I am profoundly grateful. That said, there's nowhere else for us to go. Would it be too much to ask for us to live here, on your star? Of course you must stay. And I suspect you'll be wishing to repair your damaged vessel. Mommy! Oh, Inspector, not again! Wait for me! Oh, never a dull moment for our Hildibrand. At least, we needn't worry if the ship crashes. Not with an impervious Mandervillian on board. It was funny you should mention that. Upon reviewing the Manderville family tree, it was made clear that the lord without heirs of his own passed the name to an adopted child several generations ago. Are you saying that you and your son are not direct descendants of Godbrand, the alien progenitor of the Manderville line? Then how do you explain your unnatural sturdiness? When it comes to building strength and perfecting gentlemanly technique, not one's lineage which matters, but rather the unbending conviction within one's heart. Though Godbrand's broad bloodline be broken, House Manderville shall live on through us. If the big-goggled boy can't swallow that explanation, I've also heard talk of some unseen power driven by feelings and emotions. Could be that you and Hildy have tapped into that cosmic essence. Oh, if that's the case, then you must be positively swimming in it, my dear. Hey, it's a good thing. Oh, you've just pissed her off. Everything appears to be under control here, so let's return to the city, shall we? The alley-oop. Once more do I find myself hurtling at superlative speeds towards an unknown destination. Another day, another thrilling case for Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. How he managed to get out of the top, I don't know. Thanks to an enlightening conversation with Master Poo Poo on the way back, I believe I have the answers required to proceed with our weaponsmithing project. You needn't neglect your other commitments, of course, but I would welcome your continued cooperation. And with that, I bid you good day. Thank you all for looking and for our beloved son. I'm sure him and the blocky lad will be back for more cases before you know it. You've gone above and beyond for us, Kennedy, so I'd like to have one replicated starship we made. Doesn't carry duplication facilities or any other such technology on board, but it will carry you through the skies. Use this key to call it whenever you wish. As for the two of us, we've decided to get to know our new home better by embarking on a journey of exploration. And with this, so this is where we must say our farewells. Thank you for everything. We are fortunate indeed to have met you. Seems Poo-Poo wasn't planning an invasion after all. He even tried to stop his friend from launching an attack. I'm calling an end to this investigation, Daisy. Your unfailing support during this entire ordeal has been most appreciated. Thanks to you, I was able to observe the inner workings of Charlian, and even travel to the surface of the moon in search of the truth. And when my own conspiracies threatened to blind me, you were there to open my eyes to the true shape of things. But this world yet harbors in its share of the strange and inexplicable. Not least of which is the source of Hildibrand's impossible physiology. Not alien, then perhaps the product of an hyper-advanced civilization from the distant past. A descendant of some gruesome biological experiment. Someone needs to plumb the depths of these unexplained phenomena, and I am the very man for the job. Well, time for me to get right out. Never float in the vein. Make my remains. Oh, the clothing bespoke, the gentlemanly family, the good house Mandervilles. Was born from the heart. Eat it up. Eat it up. Eat it up. Oh, look, there I am. There I was, and there's the Goblin. Hildibrand will return. Now, is there another cutscene? Or is this just an unfashionably long loading time? Oh, look, there's the... There's that admirer again. Training montage. Push it to the limit. Walk along the razor's edge. Ah! Well, in this conundrum. It's Brandhild! I should check that, because there's a little bit of trivia. In the Dawn Trail benchmark, changing the system date to April 1st will cause the default character to be Brandyhild. Which is honestly a funny thing. And there we have it. Identified Flying Gentleman. Now, I think we must... I'll go ahead and wrap it up now. Just go into my following list. It's similar size. Yep, that doesn't work. I'm sending you all over to Denmo, who recently returned from France. And I'm going to wish you all a wonderful evening. And I'll see you all next time. Goodbye!